Anybody in the audience or board members, please turn off their phones or silence them. Anything district related about this meeting and anything going on in our district can be obtained at this meeting, can be obtained by the door up there, and all other information can be also gained by visiting rockridgepublicschools.org. I will ask everybody to stand and recite the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let the record state that all board members are present minus Director Reardon.
And Tamaro.
I mean, and Director Tamaro. I get a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Support by Stacy. So it's moved by Stacy, support by Mr. Director Schoberg. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Alrighty, visitor input. We did have some people sign up for visitor input, just one person, but we are going to move Mr. Pierce for his presentation to 6.1. Did we have anybody else signed up? Or
I thought that I had submitted mine.
I emailed you. I did not see it, so I don't know.
I submitted it, and then I submitted a request.
No,
to also
6.1.
be agenda.
That's what
I
you're
don't know.
Well,
I will tell you.
she can request it now. To speak.
I believe you didn't see it, and I believe I sent it.
Okay, well, if you want, you go up to the podium. What?
Is it regarding something on the agenda?
What is the topic of discussion?
It related to the Gilbert School buildings.
Okay, all right, that's on the agenda. You go up to the podium, state
Want
your.
me to start with the, yes?
Yes, you can go up to the podium, state your name for the public, and
Thank you. I'm Laurel March. My professional background includes being a real estate attorney, a mortgage broker, a real estate broker handling both commercial and residential transactions, an investor/owner, and a renovator. With Dave Setniker, was responsible for asking Erin Berg from Rethos to present 6 or 7 months ago. Her excellent presentation on how the buildings in Gilbert could be repurposed. You may or may not remember her presentation. You may ask, why preserve and repurpose these two historic and beautiful buildings? I came up with 4 major reasons. The first, and I think the most important, is to preserve and pay tribute to the role that mining and the mining companies have played in the welfare and happiness of the communities it operated in, and also the emphasis that they placed, as you do, on the role and importance of education. Second reason would be to create an opportunity for creative and practical uses that could increase the livability and vitality of Gilbert and its citizens. You've already heard many suggestions, individually and maybe here too, about how the buildings could be repurposed. For example, housing, daycare, small grocery store, event center, workout facility, little shops, and many more. Third major reason I came up with was to strengthen the range overall. I believe that an increase in the vitality of one city on the range benefits the entire range. I'm from Biwabik. I would really like to see Gilbert get these wonderful buildings repurposed and their city to get revitalized. The fourth and final one is to save the buildings from a landfill. I've been told that 80% of what's in landfills is building construction debris. So by repurposing something, you're actually keeping it out of the landfill, and in my mind, that makes everything better. Now that the Gilbert School buildings are vacant, it's essential to find a qualified and viable developer as soon as possible. Time is ticking away, so I would like to ask you that the effort to get those buildings listed begins tonight. This needs to be done by the board entering into an agreement, and I don't know if you'd have a vote or a resolution or something, to set up a structure to find a qualified and viable developer as soon as possible. This would involve entering into a contract with a qualified commercial realtor capable of getting together a marketing package for potential purchasers and putting the time and effort into getting that information to viable, bankable people. It means the board committing in writing through a listing contract to sell to a ready, willing, and viable buyer who can get the job done. It also means negotiating a fee structure that works for the board and for the listing company. It'll be a negotiation to try to come up with something that's workable. The realtor doesn't want to work for free, and you probably don't have the money to pay the realtor. So somewhere in between, I'm hoping that some kind of negotiation can happen. I talked to Dave Setniker and asked him if he would be willing to join with me to do whatever we could do to get the chosen realtor the materials that would be necessary to put a good package together, to put time into it. We have no skin in the game except wanting to see those buildings standing in all their glory, repurposed. I don't know if you would want a committee, like a search committee set up. That's one of the things I thought of as a solution to try to find a realtor. Probably it would be a realtor outside of the area who had the connections to go statewide for searches for a developer. Any concerns that you might have about ensuring completion of the project, such as building maintenance requirements. I don't know if you remember the history of the Biwabic school buildings getting now completely demolished, but some buyers went in and gutted the buildings, took out anything that could be resold, and left the buildings to rot and collapse, get black mold. So that would be something that can be worked out in the purchase agreement that you would sign with a developer. A lot of problems could be worked out by getting a good lawyer to get the right provisions into that contract.
I do believe that, you're Laurel, right? Sorry, first
I am Laurel.
Laurel, I do believe that at our last Buildings and Grounds meeting that Superintendent Schmidt is to list them in multiple different areas outside of the Iron Range, in larger metropolitan areas to get some interest. But as far as like the school district having a contract with a developer, we just want to sell the buildings. Okay?
Well, a purchase
You know.
agreement would be the contract.
Right.
Right.
But we wouldn't like oversee the development of somebody. It would be just like, okay, it's your building. I mean, we would make sure that that developer, I mean, I don't want to engage in too much in a conversation, but we would make sure that that developer had enough bankable money, as like we did in Evelyn, that they're not going to just sit on the buildings and not have a business plan, and then 10 years down the road, the building is still sitting. Okay.
And I think that could have been taken care of in the purchase agreement by in the Biwabic situation.
Yeah.
They just sold the building and.
Right. But that was back then. That was back then. Things are a little bit different.
Yeah.
I think our district is taking a little different approach to how we deal with these buildings. And I think that's a conversation that you should have after this meeting with Noel, just to see how that is going to transpire.
Just in talking to some people, there's a big concern about, well, we hand it over and then this happens and that happens, and then we get the building back and it's in terrible, that needs to be addressed. That can be addressed, and it can, you need to discuss it with the realtor, so the realtor makes sure that the developer knows that those are gonna go into any final agreement that you have with the developer. I'm sorry if I wasn't very clear about that.
No. We don't want to we're not in the real estate business. I mean, we're not in the development business. We just want to sell a building.
I get that, and I want you to sell it to somebody who's gonna make the iron range that much better.
How much more you got to, I don't want to. Okay, very good.
By the way, anything I'm saying here would also apply to the Evelyn situation. Same situation. I feel a great immediacy getting those school buildings out into the marketplace. It isn't a good time to just sit and wait and hope that somebody walks in the door, either contacts you or the superintendent and says, oh, I think I heard the builder, or do you have something for sale? It really is going to take somebody getting out and putting a lot of energy into it. I can cut it off there, I think. I would appreciate your time.
Right.
I tried to get on the computer and do this right, and I didn't, so I appreciate your squeezing me in.
Well, thank you, Laura.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent.
That was the only one that we had, I do believe, right? I mean, that was the only one, Stacy?
I thought Rich wanted to. Did you?
No, he's going to 6.1.
He's going a little later.
Oh, okay. You changed that. You didn't say.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
All righty, so can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Director Lotiger,
Support.
support by Mr. Sundquist.
Schultz.
I'm sorry, Stacy.
Okay.
Payback for getting John's name wrong for 3 years.
Any discussion on the consent agenda?
Yeah, Bill, instead of pulling items for discussion, I just have a quick question or clarification about a few of them. So I think that would make it smoother.
Yeah.
So if I could ask a question, and it's pretty much along the same lines as other questions for number 8.
Number 8, as in 4.8?
Yeah, consent agenda number 8,
Okay.
14 through 17, those are all higher. Well, one is a hire and the other are resignations. Just my
14
question,
through 17, okay, so you will,
and it's just the same question. With the resignations, does that leave a position that we intend to fill or
Yes,
not?
yes.
Okay, all of them, and 8, well, I see 8 now, just came to the table. We
If
have
we
them.
are able to, yes.
Okay, and so the 14 through 17 will all be filled and not left as an empty position. Got an ECFE aide, para-educator, part-time bus driver, and a secondary teacher.
Yeah, we would be looking to replace them.
Okay, great, because we don't always do so, but, all right, that was my,
I have one question. 4.7 and 4.8, how does that affect our wait list that you and I talked about, the early childhood? Is that all the needs we had, or is there still looking for more early child?
We are still looking for more teachers.
Okay,
So we do believe the waiting list will get whittled down, but yes, we are still looking for teachers.
okay, thank you.
okay, so then, and then this hire, are any more other questions, Polly? Okay, then we're going to add the 4.25, I do believe, would be the hire of Shannon Cush Jeffrey. I came in late.
No, it's not the hire of her, it's the hire of Gina Flank.
What's this here?
I know she's the.
Oh,
She's the one making the
oh,
recommendation.
excuse me. Okay, all right. Thank you. And then 8.2, we're going to add, and I don't know, it might have been on board book. I don't know that 8.2 was to add to the Transportation Director Voss's purchase agreement for the 3 buses. We don't know if he added the Suburban as it was discussed in the buildings and buildings and grounds. And he will give that report on why in 8.2 to add that.
Isn't that on the agenda?
Yeah, it should be. He didn't,
The buses are, but not a,
the buses are, but I don't think the Suburban is.
I know I saw it.
Yeah, I thought I saw it
We
somewhere.
got info on the Suburban, but I don't.
But if it's not there, at least, we'll put it on there.
So right now, we're consent agenda 4 through 4.25 with this last one.
Yep,
All right, that's where we're at.
yep. Any more discussion on the consent agenda? We got to go through all these individually, don't we?
No.
All righty,
So we're adding a 4.25 to the consent agenda.
that is correct.
I made the original motion for that, so I'm okay with doing that.
Any more discussion on that?
Then shouldn't the addition under 8.2 have come under the agenda? Or is that just, you said that informationally only, for information only?
For information only, it was part of
Right.
I guess it's in there,
Yeah.
but Bob didn't know for sure.
Okay,
Do we need to make a decision on those things, on the Suburban tonight?
Yeah, if you can.
So if we're voting on it, do we need to
It's not
amend
consent
the,
agenda. Yeah, no, but we're going back.
we passed,
We're going back in track farther than that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
passed
We
the,
may have to say this,
approving the agenda, so do we need to,
I say just let it go, Let's just approve the consent agenda.
Okay, so we got a motion by Director Lotiger, support by Director Schultz. Any more discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Been a while since I had to do this. Kind of.
we'll get the hang of it.
So item number 5, reports, fundraising update.
Good evening. Beautiful day. Hope you all had a wonderful day. A lot to update on back from last time I saw you in June, so hang in there with me. We had a great 4th of July with tours after tours after tours. I appreciate Kraus Anderson helping me out. Paul is here. We had a good time. We had the class of 1972 Evelyn Gilbert High come through. That was a ton of fun. And the Evelyn Gilbert class of 02. So we had a 50th and a 20th. And Paul, again, thanks for that help. And they saw both sites, their former high school, and then we came here and saw the new site, and they were absolutely amazed and impressed with what's going on, and couldn't stop gushing about what an unbelievable place this is going to be and how lucky everybody is, and a lot of about times, and this is great. So that was really neat to be a part of. We have some more coming. I have the Virginia High School class of 72 coming up, I think this weekend. I have to look, and that's going to be at both sites, and that one's going to be about 90 people. Thanks again, Paul, for joining in on that. We're going to have 90 people from that class going through the old building, and their highlight of their reunion is coming to see the new facility. So we're, if anybody has any extra hard hats at home, drop them off tomorrow, please. Ross Anderson is collecting those so that we have enough people, and we're very excited about that. So thanks again. I'm looking forward to that coming up. Class of 82, possibly on Saturday, if I'm looking at my schedule correctly, at Virginia High School. And any others, as you have your reunions, please reach out to me, reach out to anybody at the school. We'd love to bring you through. And I'll probably ask if you want to donate a little money too. And that has been very nice of people. They have been super supportive and have been donating from those events. So thank you to everybody from that. Another thank you to the Mesabi Tribune for a nice article on the Rock Ridge Rising campaign. That was very kind, super helpful. Had an immediate reach out from a potential large donor just from that article, and received a couple of donations online. Another $1,000 came in this morning just because they saw that on there. So thank you to the Mesabi Tribune for running that article. And obviously thank you to all the people donating and considering. Just a quick one, I want to recognize the Evelyn class of 2002. They picked up a quick $445 the day they were here from all of their people. So thank you to all of them for their money. And you'll see a $250 from a Jacqueline Foster And here's one that goes along with our dedications. If you're not sure of what the dedications are, we're allowing people for $10,000 to dedicate a classroom to someone that maybe in the school system meant the world to them, was a great influence, was a great community person along with the schools. I think we're up to, don't quote me, 13 or 14 of them now on the new site. And we dedicate that space and we put a nice biography of it. So thank you to everybody who's done that. But we received $1,000 from Peter and Brenda Skorich for the John Vukmanich Music Learning Lab. And they wanted to address the board and be able to tell why. And it is our honor to donate, this is from the Skoriches, $1,000 toward the John Vukmanich Senior, Mr. V, as he was affectionately known, Learning Lab at the New Rock Ridge High School. We, both Peter and Brenda, had the privilege of being students of Mr. V in concert band, pep band, and marching blues. Mr. V taught his students not only the love and appreciation of music of all genres, but also the benefits of hard work and discipline. He not only wanted to make us good musicians, but also good people. Our bands consistently earned superior ratings at music contests. Our pep band was second to none, and the marching blues were known throughout the state and region as one of the top performing marching bands each summer. It was a joy to march down the streets of Virginia each summer at the Land of the Loon Parade or the 4th of July to the cheers of the crowds there just to watch the band. Early practices each morning for much of the summer were a chance to see friends, have fun, and learn teamwork skills that we carry with us in our daily lives. Friendships made from our band years continue to this day. Peter played trumpet in the band, and I played clarinet and was also a member of and the first captain of the Flag Corps, co-captain with Donna Moore. We were honored to be a part of the first band to travel on a big trip when the Marching Blues represented Minnesota in the 1980 Washington, D.C. Cherry Blossom Festival. The memories made with all the fundraising, practicing, and of course performing not only in Washington, but in all the parades around the area and state each summer are something that we, along with our fellow band noogies, will always treasure. We are forever grateful to Mr. V and his dedication to the music program at Virginia High School. We hope that future generations will get a similar experience and that our donation will help make these experiences possible. Sincerely, Peter Skorich, VHS class of 81, Brenda Lothback Skorich, VHS class of 82. So thank you to the Skoriches for that wonderful donation and a nice dedication. One of the band music learning labs will be named after Mr. V. So that was great. You'll see some of the other donations on there, $500 from Mark and Julie Spearing. That was very kind. Like I told you, thanks, Mark and Julie. We received 1,000 via online today. I'll bring that to the next meeting. The class of 78 wanted a final walkthrough at Roosevelt, and we got them through there, and they donated $100. Allison Krybeck, as you all know, and I've probably said this before, but her donations are coming through in year 2 of 6, $4,500 from her, and then a matching grant from State Farm, $4,500 for $9,000 total. That State Farm matching grant just came through today. I was working through the electronic way for us to accept that. So that brings her total now to $18,000, on its way to $54,000. So thank you, Allison. Thank you to everybody who has done that. Let me make sure that I have those coming through. The final one that I want to talk about is a $5,000 donation from the grant from the Virginia Community Foundation for the Aquatic Center scoreboard. As you know, we have video scoreboards at the stadium. Due to the wonderful Kersey family, we have a video scoreboard in the gymnasium, thanks to Lundgren Motors. I wanted to make sure we got a video scoreboard at and in the Aquatic Center. So we've been working on that. And as we've been working on that, we've been raising money through alumni, through other donations, and we reached out to the Virginia Community Foundation through our now Wolverine Fund and our Rock Ridge Academic Fund, which were former funds in Virginia, now named after Rock Ridge, and we received a $5,000 grant from those funds. So it was a good day to be able to share all of this. We've got good people giving a lot of money. If there are any swimmers and divers out there that want to give to that Aquatic Center scoreboard, please get a hold of me. Find me online. Stacy can find you with a general email online. She'll get it to me. But we're getting closer. We're getting closer every day. So hopefully I have a bunch pending out there too for that same scoreboard. So hopefully we'll keep it going. So that, I believe, we're in the works with Matt Yuhan, the First National Bank of Gilbert. He and I have been talking a lot. We're working on finalizing that, getting ready to share a very kind donation from them. So stay tuned. And Cleveland Cliffs is in the works also, so stay tuned on that one. Hopefully all of those will keep moving forward. I believe they will. And I'm looking forward to sharing that. It's been a good summer, and it's been a good, start here in August. Thank you so much to everybody who has donated, and all of you that are considering the donation. Please keep considering and reach out if you ever have any questions. So let's give all of them a round of applause. Do you have any questions before I introduce the next one on the agenda? Because I was doing the work with them. That's why I'll do it that way, Bill, if that's okay.
You go ahead. I have no
Do you
questions.
guys have any questions?
Nice job. You're doing great.
Thank you. All right. And now, as I think it's 5.2, I don't have it right in front of me. Is that true?
Correct.
All right. And now it is my pleasure to introduce John Saristo from Fulcrum Visions and 1974 Virginia High School graduate Paul Metza of Minnesota music fame and Virginia High School fame. He'll talk about that just a little bit. John Saristo was hired to 3D scan the Roosevelt and Manual Arts buildings for historical preservation, along with the mining mural from the Roosevelt hallway. And Paul will start us off, and then he'll hand it over to John. So Paul.
Great, thanks, Willie.
Thanks. Welcome back.
I'll just take a couple minutes of your time. I want to salute all of you on the school board. My dad did 2 or 3 terms on the Virginia High School School Board, launched his political career, did 2 terms on the city council, and then 2 terms as mayor of Virginia. And my mother in 1976 co-founded the Land of the Loon Art Festival. All 3 siblings went to Virginia High School. And I had the chance 2 months ago, I bumped into John Saristo at a music event in Duluth, Minnesota, where I'm living now after 40 years in Minneapolis. And he said he was doing this project, doing a 3D scan of the old Roosevelt High School in Virginia. And I said, I'd love to come along. I graduated from there in 1974, and I'm proud to say it was senior class vice president. So we took a wonderful tour with Willie, and spent 6 years in those 2 buildings. So every corner and every classroom I had a memory. I became a professional musician in about 1980, but it was through my 6 years of training, my very first show where I played Pinocchio when I was at 7th grade at the Goodman Auditorium, played my very first big show there with my folk group, Paul and Christian. We used to describe ourselves as the Simon and Garfunkel of the Iron Range in 7th grade, which was a complete disaster, but we moved on. And since then, I look back on all of the theatrical and musical events, along with the high school choir, and I was in every year doing something there, that it really helped me build a really strong foundation for my music career. I've done over 5,000 professional gigs. I've won 8 Minnesota Music Awards, and I'm writing my 2nd book that will be published by the University of Minnesota Press. All of this started at the Virginia Junior High and the Virginia High School. We all, when you grow up, you don't, that's all you want to see is change. I'm 66. I hate change, but I'm at the point in my life where I understand change. So when I went up with John and Willie to take a tour of the buildings, see my name written behind the stage at Goodman Auditorium, Paul Metza, 1972, No Nanette. And then, of course, all of the basketball games I went to in the proms. It was really a great walk back through time. But moving ahead now to Rock Ridge, I'd seen pictures in the Hometown Focus and the Saab Daily News, and Willie shared some stuff with me via email, but I was totally knocked out when I came here today. It is 5 to 10 times more grand than I thought it would be, and I knew if Speltz was involved, it was going to be good, but I'm really amazed. So I'm basically here to tell you I really support this project. I've gotten to know John over the last several months. I met people that John's worked with, and I know the respect he's garnered in the Twin Ports community. I also think with what you're going to see the presentation, that this is going to be a great way to share with alumni. So people, I see eventually they'll be able to go, yes, I remember I had Schaub's class with Walter Buntrock in that place. I had a German class with Miss Corpy, and bring back memories. And I think they could chime in via Zoom or whatever and really create a living, we used to call the yearbook the Rohaian, but create a living, evolving way where alumni and future students can be in touch with one another. And I think create a whole nother level of vibrancy for this project that John is involved with. I thank you for your time. I wish you the best of luck. And I can't wait to see school in progress at Rockbridge. Keep up the great work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You.
Well, I'll be sitting here because I'm going to run the computer for everything. What we started with, I'm taking it in chronological order of what I've done so far. The spaces originally were just kind of, we're talking about the possibility of capturing everything. So we started with the mural because Willie asked me, how can we really, bring this out, because it was going to be pulled out very quickly. So what I did is I kind of started with this space where we can 3D move around the space itself and actually click into the location. The lighting is a little tricky in this space because of the way it was designed. They didn't realize that I was going to 3D scan it, 50 years later. But I'm able to move up to all the different spaces on the mural as it was and see that whole entire view of everything. And you can zoom back and take your personal favorite locations or whatever spots you like. This middle section seems to be the kind of the most prominent, obviously. But the mural was a start for this whole the process of what we were doing. And then what we did is we took the next piece, which was the Evelith Manual Arts Building, and that was a bit more vacant, I guess is the best way to say it. The building itself was in disrepair, falling apart, and I want to make sure it's full screen here. There we go. The building itself, I was able to go through in one visit basically and grab everything we needed, but we had to add some lighting because there was no power in the building itself. But if I move in here, I can actually click in the space like I did the last one. There we go. And I can hit a play button just to kind of give us a little walkthrough, and I can talk through it a little bit here. There we go. Come on. There we go. The space itself, the way I build the model is essentially gives us the capability. Oh, GL's catching up. GL's not catching up. Start here. There we go. Full screen was a little tough there. The space is wide open, so I just kind of built out what it was and what it stands for right now. But well, it's not standing anymore. But the building was kind of just open and free. But we can add more information and detail, and like Paul was mentioning, with the different spaces that we're at, and the classrooms and the different things that you experienced as Virginia people. I really thought that this is really kind of important because it is, it really is part of the mining history. So I can let this stop this here, but I can show you that the next phase we took, which is the big school, and the outside of the building itself. So I captured the outside of the Manual Arts Building, and I'm able to kind of basically move around everything. Sorry, spun around too fast. Capture everything on the outside that was there, and be able to see the essence of the building as it was at one point, and show. Let's go. There we go. There we go. So we can kind of still see that representation of the space, and this can be used as a virtual space to be able to visit. It is also VR capable. We can wear a headset and go into the building. These can be connected in a very effective way to be able to see the whole entire building and what it was, along with the Roosevelt building, which hopefully loads you. Close a couple of these. Heating up your laptop a little bit. I'm asking the laptop to do an awful lot. So if we go ahead and build that. The Roosevelt School is the largest model I've ever made. It took over 1,200 pictures. My camera has 9 cameras on it, and it does a 360 spin 6 times. So it takes 54 pictures times 1,200. So if you can figure out all that math, if there's a math person in the room, about 7,000 or 8,000 tools. And what we can do is, the natatorium was one of the coolest places in the whole space. I was able to really blend it together, but it was tough because of the different elevations in your building. But we were able to go to a place. Ooh, wow, that really jumped. I want to go to the right here. There we are. So we got the diving board. I took a little bit of a risk, took my camera on the diving board. It was a little scary. This shot right here scared me. So, but we can do this kind of virtual jump in the pool. And then I also went through the pool itself because I feel like, folks want to see this. And it was actually kind of interesting to be in the pool with no water. It was kind of different. So but the biggest thing with the space itself is it really gives us a representation of the entire school to be able to see spaces that everyone was used to or had experiences in. There's the original stage on technically the 5th floor on my model, the stage that many folks performed on in the classroom. And it really represented everything that was there at one point. So to cut it a little short here, we'll go back to the outside. I want to show that the outside is still there as well. That space was a little hard to capture because of the construction that was going on and just kind of timing of things. But I was able to do the outside too of what was the building itself, the original Roosevelt. It looks a little funny here, but we'll zoom in here quickly. Please don't mind the bathroom. But if we move to the old front of the building, you can basically walk through, and see the whole space as it stood. And we had a good day that day. It was a beautiful blue sky. So that still gives it that beauty that it had. But then if we take that to the next level with the athletic section, I did scan the wrestling room and the weight room in the original building, but I wasn't able to get this in the original building. So we came back in and went through the whole space again. I'll go full screen on that. And got all the athletics area so we can see the entire building as we back here. Oops, right click on it. There we go. There we go. Okay, so the entryway is still there. The entryway, as it were, well, it's still there. To walk in basically in the building, tap in, and then go into the gymnasium and experience where you maybe hit that 3-pointer or you dunked on somebody and you felt pretty good about it. So actually, the stars down through. I'll go to the store. Zoom back up here. Back to my schematic. So what we can do is really just take this space and use it in any type of implementation for VR or any type of environment that we want. Actually, it's showing. Just turn this mesh on. Shoot. Right. There we go. It's in a different mode. I'm sorry. I didn't have my glasses. Someone took them from me. The space is in the meshing. Sorry, 1 second. Shoot, let's come back out. So the building itself on this side is essentially attached to the other Roosevelt School, and it's essentially a space for each one is what I call them. And then each space has all the details, and we can add content and multimedia files. We can add narration and some music in the background if we'd like to. And I can work with you to build this into what you need it to be and what Willie needs for his fundraising needs. So these are the 5, kind of environments I've created for you, and I think they're really impressive altogether. I think overall, 1,500 pictures or more we've taken for this entire project. So,
have you been over to the Gilbert campus yet? And
what's that?
Have you been to the Gilbert campus yet?
I've been past the obviously Evelyn, and I know Gilbert too. I took pictures of it, and I've done estimates for Willie to kind of if we wanted to do that as well. There's really some merit to all of it to be able to put them all in. You could have them all in one big virtual space, and you could visit each historic school if you wanted to do it that way.
Yeah.
Thanks, John.
Thanks.
I think it looks great.
Yeah, super. Thank you.
This is, I look at this and I think, what a gift, what a way to honor what the communities have built up in the past. And certainly moving forward is, we still want to honor what we've built upon, but go forward and give our kids the best that they can have in the future. But what an amazing way. I felt like I almost could smell the gym and the pool. I've spent a lot of time in the pool with my kids, are swimmers, and that's fantastic.
Yeah, it goes to, when you take more time and I give everyone access, you can go in the locker rooms, the classrooms, those spaces that you're so familiar with. I tried to get everything, and even the little picture booth up in the 3rd floor where they had the little picture room or whatever it was. I got that. So there's everything kind of encapsulated, and it gives you that historic record.
Just incredible. Thank you.
And then your 3D labs can actually take this out and print it too. I really enjoyed that space in the school too, so we can extract that from.
All right.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
So up next is Superintendent, 5.3.
And I will be brief, members of the school board, because you have some longer agenda items coming up. So mostly what I need from you is, you don't need to vote on it, but your feedback has to do with strategic planning. I really need to get the board together for about 45 minutes or so in like a work study session for you to tell me what focal areas you want to go on some of the strategic planning areas. So what I'm wondering is, we have a school board meeting coming up in 2 weeks at 6 o'clock. Would you be willing to have a work study session at 5 o'clock? And I think we can get done in 45 minutes what we need to get done, just so I know from the school board's perspective, what are some major focal areas within the district that you believe we should be paying attention to. So does it sound like I can talk you into that? Maybe a work study session? And if you can't do it in 2 weeks, some other time, fairly soon though.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm good with that.
It might be a little bit late. I'm supposed to be starting a trial that day, but.
We'll bring pizza in or something to
Entice, yeah.
motivation.
Food.
All right, we'll set it up. And then the last thing briefly is, hey, we got another school year coming up. So school year is coming up, principals are back, the admin team is back. We're gonna have our first admin meeting tomorrow to start talking about processes and procedures for the opening of the school year coming up, because it's right around the corner. So just that board is coming. We're getting ready behind the scenes. Stacy is working on some information for all of the residents to get and parents to receive about the school. And so we're on it, and we think that we'll be ready. We better be ready for the start of the school year, but it's not that far away. So just a reminder that that's coming up. And I'm going to hold off on some of that until 2 more weeks, just because I know you have some longer discussion items coming up tonight. Any questions from any board members?
Noel, do you know when that road up the hill is going to be done?
You're talking about the road from Slumberland?
Yes.
Eastward. They are talking with St. Louis County, the city of Evelyn, and Vita as far as what they should do with that road.
Do you have any timing?
It is, let's put it this way, it is clearly on their radar. We have told them, Kraus Anderson has had multiple discussions with them, and so it's a situation where everyone is aware that road does need to get repaired.
I just wondered if you know when it might be started and or completed, before the end of this year, maybe next year, what?
I do not have an answer because we're kind of out of that specific decision-making process.
Right, that's okay.
My understanding is Vita, who owns the road, I think they had a special meeting last week and approved applying to the agency for a grant.
Yeah, I attended that meeting and that's exactly what they did. So it'll be coming to you, yeah, for about half of the cost and then half for Vita, because Vita does own that road, yeah.
Right.
I just didn't hear any timing at that meeting. That's why I thought he might know.
Yep, I believe it will get repaired, when I don't know. They are talking about it behind the scenes. They are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next is 6, the capital fund update. Spencer.
Yes, can everybody hear me? The audio coming back from the school is a little spotty on my end.
We can hear you.
Yep.
Okay, I'll get started. So if you need to ask a question, it may be delayed a little bit, but I'll hopefully hear it. So I was asked to review the Fund 5 fund balance and where we're at, and I thought I'd talk a little bit about the different areas that are within Fund 5 capital. There's kind of three revenue streams that we have. One is the operating capital. That is really the one that we use the most for. We can acquire land, we can construct buildings, we can buy equipment, we can do repairs, we can buy technology. So that one can be used many different ways. The second one is long-term facility maintenance. Those are much more, lot less things that we can purchase and use that dollars for. It's really for deferred capital and maintenance to prevent further erosion of facilities. That's what the state statute says, and it can also be used for health and safety capital projects. And then the third one is taconite funding, and those are dedicated to building maintenance and repairs. So really anything within the building, we can use those funds. Can't be used for equipment or vehicles or those type of things. So just really things within the building. The beginning of the past school year, June of 21, you can see we had about $500,000 in operating capital, 1.7 million in LTFM or long-term facility maintenance, and about 700,000 in taconite. After that year, where we're sitting as of pretty much as of July 1st, would be about 219,000 in capital, 2.5 million in long-term facility maintenance. If you will recall, we're not doing as many maintenance projects as we're building these buildings. We're not doing much into the old buildings right now for obvious reasons. And then taconite, we're just under $1 million. You can see then going into this current school year, I've put the estimated expenditures that I know about right now in each category and what we would have remaining. So kind of on the bottom where I have June 30th, 23 estimated balance, that's taking the revenue we will receive this coming school year and taking away the expenditures that I know about. So we would have about $565,000 left in capital, just under 1.5 million in long-term facility maintenance, and about 830,000 remaining in taconite to be used for other projects that we need to have done. So I think that's kind of the information that I was asked to review. If you have any questions, hopefully I can hear them here.
Spencer, it's Polly. At the July 25th meeting, when the board approved the $699,000 for the wrestling improvements and...
I'm sorry, I can only hear about every word. I don't know, Mike, is there a better way that I can hear?
Maybe I'll talk. Can you hear me talking right into the mic?
Hold on one second. I think there's some detachable pods on here. These, I think, help a little bit.
Okay. Spencer, can you hear me now? Spencer, can you hear me now?
Now I can hear that much better.
Okay, yeah, it's right in front of me. At the July 25th meeting, the board approved $699,000 for the Spectrum building build-out and improvements for the wrestling program. And it was said that most of that was going to come out of the long-term facilities maintenance fund money, and that it was going to possibly, just in general, leave that fund pretty empty. But now I see you've got it broken out between LTFM and taconite money. So did something change there?
No, I was not at that last board meeting. So we took only the piece that can be used in LTFM dollars in that project. So that's about 255,000, and the remaining is coming out of the taconite.
Okay, I see that now, but there was a little different discussion that night. I think that we all were under the assumption that that was mostly LTFM money. Glad to see that it's not, now that we're using some taconite money, at least twice as much.
Yes, like I said, the LTFM dollars are much more restricted on what we can do.
Okay. Then there was about $64,500 related to the wrestling program also? Oh, that was for equipment and pads and things like that, right? Wrestling mats and things? Did that come out of,
I believe that's correct.
did that come out of operating capital, general fund money? What?
I don't think anything's been purchased, but I believe that's coming out of the general operating.
Okay. And then the only other thing I can think of related to the wrestling program was, didn't Cunningham do some design work? And what fund did that come out of?
That would be part of the TAC&I funding.
Okay. And approximately how much was that for that design?
I do not have that in front of me right now.
Okay, that's okay.
Dr. Schmidt, do you know what that was?
I'm just trying to keep track of a total amount for, for certain projects. And
Yeah, it's understood.
I think we have to be careful too about Title IX and boys sports and girls sports, and we're pretty heavy on wrestling, I think, and because do girls wrestle? I don't even know.
They can.
But they aren't right now, right? Okay.
I don't know. I don't know if we have girls on
We do.
or not. We do.
Well, those are my questions.
Any more questions for Spencer?
Yeah.
I said, is there any more asking if okay, Spencer, we're good, all right?
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Spencer. Have a good evening.
Thanks, Spencer.
Okay, up next, 6.1 is Rick Pierce is going to talk about the Gilbert campus.
Good evening. A few of us have been working on trying to preserve the Nelshin School, and it seems the direction we're headed is housing. At this point in time, I think our biggest hurdle is some funding to start looking at the historical tax credit and some other documentation so that building could be marketed and we can find a qualified developer. A little earlier tonight when I heard from John Metza and Willie and John, I said, well, there's my fundraising team right there. All I need to do is borrow those guys from Rock Ridge and we're all set. But I think the goal for tonight is maybe to answer some questions. We've been looking at the building. We've had some good success. We found the documentation that we need. We'd like to start writing some grants. The biggest hurdle I see is a fiduciary agent. A lot of thought into that. I think Rock Ridge might be our best person, our best entity to be the fiduciary agent, to receive the grant funding that we need to try to secure to go forward. We have quite a few grant options out there. We have a good group of people working on this project, and I think we're ready to go to the next step, which is starting to work on the historical tax status and to document the quality of the building and document what that building could be used for in the future. So those are two big pieces of documentation. With a video piece that John did on the other buildings, if he could do that with the Gilbert School, the Nelshin, and in the junior high school too, I think we'd have a lot better chance of marketing these buildings. So that's about all I have to say. I was going to keep it short tonight. Maybe there's some questions. I did provide the board with an outline.
You had said you've been working on it. Who are you been working with?
Okay, so on my outline today, I list a group of people that I've been in contact with. Isaac Meyer, Kutaska Housing Development. He's very interested in the project. He's interested in the Franklin School as well as Nelshin. So Isaac can't always make it to the range because of the distance, so I'm often the person here to do the run.
So, yeah, I mean, we as a board, you know, we probably want to see that building, like I say, sold. I just had this conversation with Laurel.
Right.
That, you know, I mean, we want to make sure that if we sell this building to somebody, that they're going to do something with it.
Right.
You know, we're not going to get into the real estate business. We're not going to get into the rental business. We're just a school that wants to sell a building to a person that's actually going to actually do something with it. So that's what we want to do. So the sooner your group can act and get your funding going, it'd be better off for all of us.
Absolutely.
You know, I mean, that's just, I mean, time's ticking. Time has been ticking for quite some time now. That building was slated to be the first one closed, and it's, you know, and was how many years ago that the Gilbert campus would be the first one to close. So, I mean, and now we're coming down to possibly the 11th hour, or not the 11th hour, maybe the 8th hour, that building, if it doesn't get sold to a buyer that's going to do something with it, because we're not going to, like I said, we're not going to sell it to somebody. I won't let that happen as a Gilbert resident representing the city of Gilbert. I won't let that happen to where we sell it to somebody 10 years down the road. I'm not going to wear that on my shoulder for somebody. I mean, it'll end up like Biwabic. It'll end up like Hoyt Lakes, Bovee. I mean, Meadowlands. I mean, the towns, you know, are littered with, you know, a lot of Iron Range towns are littered with old school buildings that nobody did nothing with. You know, yeah, there's some success stories in Cloquet and such, and Proctor, and, you know, one in Virginia that happened back in the mid 80s.
Chisholm, 90s.
90s, I mean, Chisholm, but, you know, it's a nice building, it's small platform, it's very doable to somebody, but, you know, that it comes down to a board decision whether we're going to sell it to somebody. I mean, the board's going to probably look at it. If you don't have a plan, then it's, you know, we're not going to leave the city with a building, you know. So the faster you work, the better, you know,
And I guess,
the sooner the transaction will take place.
true. I guess the speed is just hindered a little bit by the fiduciary agent. We have written one grant, the Blandon Foundation, but they had received so many grants this year. They said it was going to take them quite a few months to even sort through them. So we'd like to continue the grant writing piece to get the funding to move the project forwards. If Rockridge is willing to be the fiduciary agent, we're not looking at a lot of money here to do what we're trying to, the preliminary paperwork. We can keep going.
Okay. Any other questions, board members?
That sounds like a public-private partnership.
Absolutely.
I don't know what the legal ramifications. That's another thing that the board would probably, if the group proposes that to the board, I guess we'd have to, you know, seriously look into that. And then, so the timeline, this actually ties into another agenda item that we have about winterizing and or not, or keeping the heat on the Gilbert, in the Gilbert buildings. So that's a timing issue as far as when we will start demo, if we will start demo, will it be a portion of it? You know, how much time will there be, a year maybe for marketing? As I understand, just a section of it, that old science area, is scheduled to be demoed, leaving the other two. I don't know how much that would affect your discussions and your plan, with some of it coming down now or it not coming down at all, and we're, you know, working into the whole thing versus two parts and some gone in the middle.
Is the demo still going forward?
Yes, the bid alternate, or base bid, has been approved by the board for the old science wing, and I think abatement will start probably in a couple or 3 weeks. So hopefully that video guy can get in there before things really start falling apart in the whole Gilbert campus. But yes, I mean, it has been approved. I don't know if stopping the base bid would be in the best interest financially of the school district to stop it. There might be some sort of penalty that we would have to pay. But then again, I mean, I don't think that would be, I just think we should move forward with that old science wing it'll make the building more sellable, you know.
Great. That's the building with the most contamination.
And you'll hear from Mike Hoag coming up in the presentation on, I think you're going to be talking about where the steam lines are, and I think even Kraus Anderson will be talking about that building where the electrical and steam lines and stuff like that go to the gym and such, so.
One question we had on the demo is the media center. Is that a piece that can be saved? Because it seems like the media center is in good condition and can be repurposed.
The media center's not part of the demo, or not part of the base bid right now, just that science wing is, just the science wing.
Right. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
And as far as the heating through the winter, I think that's, a decision Rock Ridge is gonna have to make financially. With conversations with Isaac Myers, it could go either way. I mean, a building could be cold for a couple of years and still be repurposed. We don't want to see it to go too many years, but
right.
It makes it a little difficult if that building's cold in the wintertime and somebody wants to tour it. That makes it very difficult, but if a video shot could be done like we've seen with the other schools, I think that'll increase interest in the building.
I think that's a great idea.
Yes. But anyways, yep, I plan to keep going forward. I had some more documentation and I can share all of that with the board through Stacy.
Okay. All right.
No other questions?
I have none. Any board members have any other questions? Okay, thanks, Rick.
Thank you.
Okay, moving along to 7, Construction Manager's Quarterly Presentation, All Projects by Kraus Anderson.
Okay, while Pete is getting some tech set up with the clicker, thank you for the opportunity to present the quarterly reports. A couple of logistic items. So just to reintroduce ourselves and put our names onto the record, Paul Knoll will be presenting information regarding the Rock Ridge High School project. Morgan Siopa will be presenting information pertaining to the demolition and abatement projects. And Peter Avenin will be presenting information related to the North Star and Laurentian elementary schools. Patrick Gallagher is not able to be with us this evening. He sends his highest regards to the board, and the information contained within the quarterly presentations has been thoroughly gone through by Patrick as well. So in a way, he is with us this evening. A couple of other formatting things. We've adjusted based upon some feedback on the length or duration of the quarterly report presentations. We've gone down from 160 slides to 40 slides. So we have dramatically condensed the amount of information to be presented to the board this evening. Don't mistake, though, the condensed presentation for a lack of information. So all of the details that would be included in other PowerPoint presentations are all included within this binder. The binders have been given to Dr. Schmidt and Spencer via Stacy, and one copy has also been provided to the board chair. One copy has also been placed over on the table with all of the previous copies of the quarterly reports as well. So the access to the information and all the information previously presented is right there. So we're going for brief and concise to the board this evening. All right, I think we're ready to go ahead and get started here. So as part of the new format, we are going to talk about each one of the main topics: schedule, safety, quality, and then the budgets, and we will talk about all 4 projects within each one of those header categories there. And we will conclude the presentation with the quarterly maintenance amendment. All right, let's talk about schedule first. So just to orient on this graphic here, so you are the red line, and you've got the Laurentian project, the Rock Ridge High School project, North Star, and then the demolition. Just to give a quick narrative about each one of those projects. For the Laurentian Elementary School, as Dr. Schmidt presented earlier. You have students coming within about the next 30 days for their first time and your first operating academic year within that building. The building is looking great. The site is looking great. Really excited to see some life breathed into that structure with the operating of your staff and with your students. On the Rockridge High School project, you can see just how far this red bar is along the lines. 14 months of design preceded a 30-month construction duration. For this entire progress bar, you are 87% of the way through the implementation and creation of your Rockridge High School building. And you will be able to see in some of the photos tonight, but you can see it best with your own eyes, the development of the stadium, the ball fields, the building itself, and its associated site is really coming out in some of the most tremendous ways possible. And we're incredibly excited to get started in about a month on construction and really a groundbreaking for the North Star Elementary School project. Just as soon as this demolition block concludes, you are well in progress of the demolition of one of the amazing, beautiful buildings in downtown Virginia. It's attracted a lot of attention. There's a lot of eyes looking at it, and the process is growing great so far. The last thing I wanted to note on this slide, before we move on from schedule completely, is you'll see that there's 2 other time allotment blocks for demolition periods in the summer of 2023, which would be June of next year, and then the summer of 2024. Those are funding dependent items, depending on how many buildings end up getting sold, what type of other funding allocations, what type of other budget allocations the board decides to make regarding the opportunity to do some additional development.
Is there a reason, Paul, that, I mean, is this kind of arbitrary, the priority 1 and priority 2?
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, that's just the original plan, so it's just an arbitrary prioritization of the demolition. So
I would say that the Gilbert campus would be priority 1 because it was the first to close. I would make that recommendation, you know, that if that building does not sell, that would be the first one to be torn down completely if it's not sold, versus the Virginia campus being priority 1. I mean,
I just think it hasn't been talked about. It hasn't been talked about as far as priority. We haven't said, no, doesn't need any priority anyway.
It's first
no,
time.
it's totally up to the board.
Okay.
Prioritization of demolition. So
another factor we thought of when we were considering this is that with the North Star building being, once it's completed, there will be another building that is on its site itself. That was just a tangential point to that, but Pete, you're absolutely correct when you say it is the board's decision. It is your decision on which buildings additionally would get demolished and in what exact order.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else on schedule? Okay, we'll move on. That is the schedule portion there. Let's talk about safety. So we've described each one of your active sites all together in one chart here. So this is demolition activities. This is preparation for the North Star project. This is the active work on the Rockridge High School site. So you're over 100 workers per day continuously working. We're going to end up at about 500,000 hours, labor hours invested into the Rockridge High School project, just to give a sense of scale. You've got several dozen contractors that are active. An OSHA consultation was just performed yesterday, having the state of Minnesota come in. It went very well, and 0 OSHA citations or violations on your entire project set, and 0 additional lost time accidents. We have been working through some heightened job site security in response to a couple of things from the June and July periods, and your projects have not experienced any other documented incidents since. All right, any other items on safety? Okay, let's talk about quality next, and Morgan is going to help you walk through what the Wolverine construction students are working on.
Yeah, so next up is the varsity baseball dugouts. They'll be working on that this fall. starting very shortly in about a month on the 8th of September. After that, their next project will be in the spring, and they'll be working on the stadium storage building. That will be the first project where we will not be on site anymore, and it will be all up to your Rockridge High School Wolverine constructors to take over the rest of the construction on your site. And as you see, they have multiple projects slated out for them for the longevity of the next couple of years.
It says, if you go back to that, the high school project turned over to the district in January. I thought it slipped later than that now.
Nope, January of 2023 is the anticipated completion date for the Rockridge High School project, at which point, and as of about 31 Jan 2023, the project will be completely under the district's control. Certificate of occupancy should be achieved, and all of the sites and all of the building will be turned over.
Okay, thanks.
This is what your Wolverine constructors have been working on. This was the project in the spring at the varsity softball dugouts. They did a phenomenal job, as you can see. Looks like professional grade work. So we were really proud of them, and we thought that Greg and his students did an awesome job.
Very nice.
Okay, and while we're on the topic of turf fields, we've been getting some feedback from community members, the advisory team. We've just been getting some questions about artificial turf assemblies, especially for the baseball, softball fields that were completed and have been settling over the past year. So just, we thought that a frequently asked questions about the synthetic turf would help arm the board with some information, so that if you get questions while you're shopping for milk at Super One, you'd be able to answer those. So the first question is, when will the district be able to use the baseball, softball fields? So the spring of 2023, April, is the answer to that question. And the most operative item here is that occupancy and the certificate of occupancy from the state of Minnesota has been granted for the construction site. That's what it was permitted for, which included the baseball, softball field areas, and that is an important prerequisite to turning that over for public use. And so if the question is, why not? So one of the more obvious reasons is that is very actively still under construction. There's paving ongoing, there's landscaping ongoing. We don't have the certificate of occupancy yet. The punch list has not been completed yet. And also operatively, there are a lot of things electrically and data-wise that are actually fed from the main server and from the high school structure itself. So until the Rockridge High School building is complete, all of those many, many conduits that leave the building and travel underneath your wetlands experience bridge and go over to that area won't be functional and won't be able to run all of the things that are out there until the building is complete. And so the answer would normally be January 2023, but I'm guessing, based on history, that it's going to be under several feet of snow at that time. Okay, the third question is, are the fields being maintained right now? So we very specifically engaged Field Turf, who constructs a majority of the synthetic turf field assemblies in the entire country. Field Turf is also responsible for any maintenance that would be necessary of those fields until they're turned over to the district and to the board. Field Turf had some very specific comments back. The first one is that in the best case scenario, and as industry best practice, the fields need to be able to relax as much as possible, and it's highly beneficial for the synthetic rubber infill that's between the actual turf fabric pieces to be able to settle down. That's important for the playability feel of the field, and it's also important for the concussive force rating of the field. The second question is, should they be grooming them? Should they be running machines on them? Should they be aerating the rubber infill? when the fields are not being played on actively, no grooming or raking of the fields is required, and no upturning or turnover of the rubber infill needs to occur either. Otherwise, you'll have a very, very loose playing surface, and it's more like kids will slip into the turf field rather than be able to stand on it. So in Field Turf's words, the longer that those fields are able to relax and that they're able to settle, the better. The problem that they run into on most projects is the turf assembly is put down and immediately people want to be able to use it. And it is not the best case for the long-term health of the fields. Okay, and then the fourth question, so moving away from the baseball, softball field area and talking about your brand new football, soccer, lacrosse, multi-purpose field up at the stadium. Same timeline there, April of 2023. So that turf surface isn't even on yet. They are going to be starting that turf surface within about the next 30 days. It will be complete by by winter of 2022. And we're going to squeeze right into when the snow is going to start falling, when that field is complete. So it's also theoretically available as of January, but again, because of snow. So we just wanted to put that information out there and help pre-answer or just answer some questions and some comments that we've been hearing.
I'm glad that the track surface will be ready in the spring. But isn't it the same thing? I mean, the baseball and softball fields, that surface was put on before winter, I believe. So it's already sat for a lot longer than that track will sit. And I mean, why is it good for baseball and we aren't going to do it for track?
Yeah, so the conditions for settling are great for the baseball, softball field. It's these other items about it's not paved, there's no certificate of occupancy.
I get that.
It's certainly,
I get that.
They've settled and relaxed, those fields have. The baseball, softball ones. It's a great question. Keep going. So we've just got a couple of photos to go through for you. These are the comparative, as of about 2 weeks ago, what does the progress of the Rockridge High School look like compared to the picture? Okay, so this is your beautiful main entry plaza coming in. Your main entry is going to be right here. These site accent walls that help define the plaza area have been installed. The weathering of the steel is ongoing, looks great. The wood curtain walls are complete and glazed. Progress at the main entry is going great. Landscaping is going to be complete here within, I would say, another 7 weeks or so, and actually your whole site will be landscaped by that point too. So you're going to continue to see dramatic shifts as you have basically every month. So as you just walk inside, the main doors are right behind you. This is your beautiful new main common space. The heavy timber is still looking great. The exposed steel structure is still looking great. Some of the new things that you see are these accent metal panels are beginning to be installed as well to match closer to the renderings. The space will continue to be used as a storage depot. We've moved a lot of things from the gym into this main commons, and your gymnasium floor is going to start install right around the second week of September as well. So we're about 30 days away from your main feature 3-station gymnasium and main arena being installed inside the building. If you just head downstairs this side and look off to the north, this is the presentation plaza area. This is where, as I'm sure Willie would say it, there are robots rolling around the floors. There are static electricity balls. There's hot air balloons floating around. And this is the area where a lot of the sharing happens as part of the educational experience. You can really get a sense of what the finished floors are going to look like. This is the fluid applied resonance flooring. And you can really start to see your beautiful wood curtain wall in there too. All right. This is level one of the learning wings. And then your learning courtyard area, lot of landscaping going on to create those outdoor learning environments there. You can see how far along the weathering process is of the Core 10 steel on the exterior. Your beautiful new Performing Arts Center. Next step in here, which we'll be starting shortly, is to install these pre-finished metal panels as well. But the lights are hanging for the starry night sky effect, like you can see here. All of the concrete work has been completed. All of the reflector clouds have been framed, installed, painted, ready to go. I can't describe the enormity of this space without really being inside of it, because it's truly impressive. Here's your athletic common space. Skylights are now installed. Remember, those are going to be the spaces that will have the accent backlighting on them as well. Okay, and like I mentioned, this is going to start getting installed in about a month. All right, and again, just inside the building, this is your welcome center area, a little bit of custom casework and some cool graphics to put in as the next step. And then your fitness center, the special fitness center floor and all the equipment is going to start installing this month, actually. We just got some confirmation back from that vendor. And then your grandstands, which I'm sure you saw if you were driving up to the site today, they really have a tremendous presence as you are traveling up Progress Parkway. They are going together really well. The press box has since been set, and a decorative graphic wrap is planned to go around that. So the stadium is really coming together in a big way, ready for turf to start around the last week of August or early September. So we're just a couple weeks away from that. Okay, so Pete is going to talk about a couple of the items that are going on in preparation for North Star to be able to start.
So unfortunately, the North Star isn't at that point where it's grand and beautiful like Paul Knoll's project right now at the high school. But we will get there, just don't worry. So right now, to fill the time, if you will, we are working in the existing gym that's going to remain, and we're doing some structural repairs here to the roof joists and working on getting ready for paint on the walls to rebrand. We're also working in the lobby area, and we're doing all that work now so that when we start the actual new school, we can focus on the new school more and not have to be back and forth. Right, so this worked out really good. On the right side here is the new boiler room chase. So essentially where the new boilers are, down in the existing locker rooms. So we got to reuse the space, save some money there, got to get those installed. Not too often you get to install brand new boilers for a new school before the school even starts. So it was pretty cool to get that done. Those will be up and running actually by the fall, by heating season. So we'll be using those to heat the gym and possibly do some temp heating also for the new construction build. So this is all the venting chase that'll end up being inside the new school. Yeah, let me get a little closer here. So now you're standing in the chase and looking back into the locker room, mechanical room now at the two new boilers. So those are installed now, working on installing pumps and piping and getting those up and running for heating season. That's all I have for North Star. So
Pete, your boiler plant is further along at North Star than we are at the high school, and
Yeah,
you
put that
haven't
in
even
perspective,
started yet.
right?
So.
All right, demolition photo update. Manual Arts building site, as you see, it is now a gravel site. This will be ideal for building if anyone would purchase this property in the future. This is what we heard that was wanted, so we went with the gravel. Next was Stacy's office renovation. This is where Stacy used to sit, where we'd come see her while this was still an active office. You can see at the top where we were making our first cuts in the building. This is where they did some concrete saw cutting. This was in the earliest stages. This again is in the early stages where they started the separations. Annex this way, Roosevelt here. We had our big equipment. This is once our big piece of equipment that took 3 semi-trailers to get on site arrive. That was quite the process to assemble. It took about just 1 full working day to get that up and running to begin the demolition. Again, more demolition photos.
And that pink thing down there is the water pump that actually sprays water constantly, so you don't have to have a laborer standing there with a hose.
It's a lot more efficient. And here we are, making our way through the building. We're making our way to the northeast, actually, is where we'll end up at the end of the demolition process. They'll backfill as they go and then finish the site off. So that's our plan moving forward.
About what percent is the Roosevelt demolition complete to date, Morgan?
I'd say about 50%, 50% complete. I'll hand this back to Paul.
Thanks, Morgan. All right, so we're going to go through the budget as the last portion, and that'll lead right into the discussion on the quarterly amendment as well. This is about the statement of position, where we are today. So a couple of points. We have one executive summary slide here on the budget. So first thing I wanted to mention, the project is at about just under $193 million of total funding commitments to date. If you remember, the starting point was about $178.5 million. So here's where the board is at today with that. The next item is that about 2/3 of the funding that's available for these projects has been expended on construction. And the last item is that this presentation of, or iteration of the budget at this time shows a total net delta of 0 or no difference between the amount of funding and the amount of costs that are budgeted on the overall scale. Each project, for the first time ever that it's been presented to the board, is also in this cost model showing a net difference of $0 between the funding amount available and the estimated hard and soft costs to complete the project. But what we're going to go through in the next couple of slides is some of the conditions that need to be present in order to make those possible. Okay, so we'll go through the high school first, and then Pete will walk through the North Star project, and then Morgan will walk through the demolition projects. We don't have a slide on the Laurentian project because it's been completed already. So some high points on the high school. Again, we've consolidated about 10 slides into one graphic here. So the first thing that I wanted to show is the alignment between the total amount of elapsed time and the total amount that you've spent on the project continues to be very, very appropriate. Again, we go through this information in great detail with Spencer on the nitty-gritty level to make sure that those numbers are accurate. The second item that I wanted to go through is just to highlight the amount of accomplishments that you're making on the progress of the high school. Again, on the overall, 86% complete if you count in the design phase. And again, this was as of June 30th, so even another month has elapsed there. You are looking at the finish line now, and you can certainly see it on the horizon. And what's great is that you're into the finishes phase on the high school, and we're through the major bulk of site work items, even preparations and earthwork and below grade conditions on the site. So your risk profile continues to decrease as we get into the fine tuning stage on the project. The next topic, as we've seen before, as we've presented before, as we know, so there's about $100,000 in contingency left, And that goes back and forth depending on things like fundraising commitments. And I wanted to talk about the topic of fundraising and the contingency account and just reinforce how those operate. Because I want to be really clear that your fundraising dollars on this project, the Rock Ridge High School, are being utilized for upgrades. And we have a slide coming up, the next slide, and we're going to talk about what those upgrades are and what they total to. But we want to certainly send the message that you are getting high value upgrades with the fundraising money that you're committing. But how that interacts with contingency is that when an upgrade is foreseen or budgeted for, or even a donor is on the line and is contributing a generous gift to make something better at the high school, you spend your contingency money right then and there to secure those items, to order those items, to get those things moving. And so it puts the contingency in a little bit of a shortage temporarily until the commitments back of the fundraising dollars can be contributed to the project and memorialized in an amendment. And so the fundraising dollars for your upgrades that you wouldn't otherwise have if it had not been for the Rock Ridge Rising campaign reimburse the contingency for the expenses that they've incurred there. So this is just an example, and I'll go right to the bottom line. Again, these are upgrade items totaling over $2.1 million. If the question is, where is our Rock Ridge Rising campaign money going? Are you using it to just build the building? Is anything getting better? Are we getting anything extra with our money? Here is a list, and it's not even a comprehensive list. This is just some of the bigger pieces of actual upgrade items that you're receiving.
So,
yeah, go ahead.
I see a lot of scoreboard stuff. So the main gym scoreboards, the upgrade is $125,000 on top of what was budgeted for the scoreboard?
Yeah, so the gym is maybe the gym was the one area that had 3 small scoreboards originally planned. So there was about $30,000 in the original budget to buy some small scoreboards for the gym. So this would technically, if you took out the $30,000 that was in the original budget, that number could be perceived to go down to $95,000.
Okay, so it's $125,000 total, not $155,000, not that we had 30 and then we added 125 to it.
Correct.
So that'd be the same, so.
But it's different for example, this is a peer addition because you're getting your other scoreboard and then you completely added a separate one. The scoreboards that are at the football and baseball areas, it was always talked about from day one that the scheduled budget for them is $0 and that those are, I know we had that discussion several quarters ago, and that those items get fundraised for.
We cut them from the budget for your value engineering, so we were gonna have a baseball field without a scoreboard.
Yeah, and the scoreboards were not even in it by the value management timeframe. Those are almost always fundraised for.
So the scoreboard monies, if I'm following you, Matt, then they were taken out, but they were used for something else in the project.
Yes,
And
that's the point.
then we had fundraising for some of these, but with the gym one, we could say there's 30,000 that is included in that number, that 120.
For the gymnasium.
The gym, so some of them are and some of them aren't.
And again, this is not even a comprehensive list of all the items. There's other things too. But we just wanted to show an example.
And that's helpful, but I mean, I think it's being disingenuous to say we're building state-of-the-art facilities where we don't have any scoreboards on any of our athletic fields or gyms.
Yep, understood.
But for fundraising, yeah.
And some of the other themes you'll see is there's a lot of arts and athletic items on here, and one of the reasons for that is because the decisions that the board made during the value management process was, the priorities we heard was academics is number one, and academics can't be sacrificed in the value management process. And so a lot of these nice to have upgrades are all focused more towards athletics and arts because you chose to always retain that focus on academics priorities.
So do you happen to know what our, if Willie's still here? I don't know. Oh, yeah, what's our total fundraising?
Right now,
Yeah, at this point.
expecting it to be 2.6.
Okay, so we're 500,000 from our total at our time for this 2.2. This 2.2 now on this slide here, and you said 2.6 is what we have at this point in time, but we expect more.
2.6 will,
And
2.6 is about where I'm at right now with money and future commitments.
okay, so that leaves $400,000 in that fund right now. After this.
I don't
I'm just
control
asking.
that fund. I just
Just
raised-
wondered how much we've depleted so far, and of course, we expect to get more. So,
We hope to get.
I know, I said hope, yeah.
And again, that has to do with, we only want to memorialize things that are cash in hand at this time. So Willie might have some other commitments, and we go through that with him monthly. Might be several combinations of things that total up to different items. And we don't bring them in when they're just pledges, though.
Right.
We only request or even spend the money for them once you've got some cash in hand.
So on that, the one after that, on that one, so all of these are dedicated, and you said to the high school only, right?
That is correct. Yep, this is a list of high school fundraised upgrades from the Repurposing campaign.
Okay. Do we anticipate any, extra for niceties for North Star, and were any built into the Laurentian?
At this time, we have not heard that the fundraising items were going to be committed to other projects.
Only when specifically requested by the donor. We did get some money for the Laurentian playground, which was very nice, a nice memorial donation. And hopefully, there is a recent person who has reached out, and it could go towards an elementary part of the project. So keep your fingers crossed.
For the North Star?
To be determined.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So the next step here, so the last thing to mention on the high school project is that in order to make its column of the high school have a net difference of $0 between its funding and costs, is that, and you'll see this in the CM quarterly report amendment, is that $500,000 would need to be committed into it above and beyond the fundraising commitment for this quarter. And so your questions, to help pre-answer some of them, is why is a $500,000 commitment being asked to be made to your Rockridge High School project? So we listed out just a couple of items here. So the first one is that there have been many different scope add backs ever since the original alignment need of $5.5 million on the project. So 25 months ago, we had a list of items that the project was going to be constructed under, and it had $5.5 million of alignment items in it. This is stating is that several of those things have come back into the project. The second factor is that a minimal contingency percent, 3% for this project, was being held for the job from day number one. And again, that's just based on historical precedents and historical averages. The third item I wanted to point out is that any changes, even natural changes that occur to the contingency account throughout the life of the project, are all priced at current market rate conditions. They're all priced at current inflation rate conditions. And based upon the post-COVID supply chain items, as well as an uncharacteristically high inflation rate, the changes that you're incurring, again, over the last year in particular, have been atypically high. There's also been some additional security things that have come up at the Rockridge High School project. Again, you've got a $120+ million building. You've got a $120 million plus site that you're controlling in your property that helps to mitigate risk of loss and damage. And then a fifth item, the final cleaning, again, as part of the value management process, was going to be 100% taken on by the Rockridge District. There's a couple of things that have come up why the Rockridge District maintenance personnel are not able to do it 100%. There's some work at very high elevations, 40, 50 feet in the air, for glass cleaning. There are a need to get all of your buildings ready for the 2022 to 2023 academic year. You've got about another 3 or so weeks to perform that, while there is a heavy ongoing need for final cleaning out in the building. And then, of course, respecting need for summer vacations and things like that. So, all that being said, in order to meet all of these incremental punch lists, there's been supplemental final cleaning contractor labor that's been needed to be utilized at the Rockridge High School project. Now, you're still saving, based upon the original bids, about $100,000 by taking on a lot of the cleaning yourselves. And so that's still a good news story there, but it's not quite as much as what was anticipated. So if you add up several of these factors together and other miscellaneous ones, and you have the fundraising commitment, we've got this final commitment to the project too, you're at the 86% overall mark. We can see the final light at the end of the tunnel. This is what the presentation is of the high school's budget is today. Okay, and we'll go through that a little bit more in the contract amendment later. So Pete is going to work through the North Star Elementary items next. Go ahead, Pete.
Before you go, Pete, was the Laurentian contractor cleaning taken care of by the contractors or our staff?
That was by a contractor, DPS Cleaners.
Okay, so we're having some staff cleaning and some contractor cleaning.
For the high school, yeah.
Was that built into our bids for the contractors to clean up their own, at the end of the project?
Oh, you mean each individual contractor working on the site?
Well, whatever.
They do daily cleanups and stuff, construction cleaning though, not a final clean.
Okay, so if the Laurentian, it was included, was it included in the bids of the contractors? But now we're doing,
So
yes?
the district did receive bids from final cleaners for the Rockridge High School project. And as one component of the $5.5 million value management strategy, the district statement was, we'll take on the performance of the final cleaning. We can do that with our own forces. We're going to have the resources available to be able to clean that project. And that way we can forego the cost of hiring a final cleaning contractor and we'll be able to perform it ourselves.
Okay, but a final cleaning contractor versus the contractors cleaning up their projects.
Yeah, so your normal just construction contracts have a requirement to do daily construction cleaning. The AIA specifications and the contract documents actually define what a construction level cleaning is. And it usually means up to the point where a broom has been run over the room. But that means that there's dust on every surface, there's dust on every fixture, and the actual dusting, wet mop, wipe down of the walls, that level of final detail cleaning, that's what a final cleaning contractor, or in this case, what the district was electing to do.
You're saying we had about $100,000 windfall there.
Savings, yes.
Savings, yeah. Savings, okay. Did we pay overtime to our people or just a regular straight time for that?
You still have employees who are doing some overtime, yes. But we're starting to slow that down.
Okay, so then there could be a net gain versus actual gain. Okay, go ahead, savings, I mean. All right, thank you.
So to go on with the same theme at North Star, just want to show that correlation between schedule and expenditures. When those two percentages are very close in alignment, that's a good thing. So obviously at North Star, we're just getting started with some of those gym repairs, doing some of the mechanical and boiler work. But then the big exciting new school is going to start on the first day of school, September 6th. So we start our foundations, excited for that big day. And so then, as Paul had mentioned previously when we first started budget, that each individual project budget was aligned to create an overall master referendum budget alignment, correct? So in order to do that at North Star, we had to do two major things to make that happen. One of them being the contingency being reduced down to 160,000 from I think it was 1.1 million originally. And overall, as the project lifespan, it's not a sufficient amount. Historical averages probably last 2 to 3 months, but then we will run out of contingency. But that doesn't mean that we can't start. It doesn't mean that we can't continue construction. We can continue on schedule as planned. Just what that means is at some point throughout the project or by the end of the project, we will need to replenish that contingency.
Why weren't we told this when we approved the bids to move forward with the North Star? I was certainly given the impression that the contingency that Kraus recommended be lowered to was going to be sufficient to cover the project, and that we weren't deficit spending, if you will, 1.4 million. Additionally to
yes, but we did not reduce it down to that.
What was it reduced to?
I don't remember reducing the contingency at that time. It was still running at about 3%.
So we have a contingency of the 160 is what's left.
That's what's left. Because we used that to fill the budget misalignment.
So we're 5% into the project and the contingency is down from 1 million to 160,000?
Correct.
After we shifted all our demo money over to that.
Demo money got moved.
Ugh.
So the other item there is the FF&E is currently unfunded for North Star. Essentially what that means is the district would need to reuse furniture for now until funds became available by different means of getting those funds, maybe fundraising, as Willie had mentioned, possible, and then state funding relief from the COVID-19 crisis, if you will, going on right now in the market.
Do you know what the FF&E budget for the North Star was originally?
1.3 million.
I believe it was 1.3.
So that's gone.
That is gone. That was dissolved to make the project whole, so.
Right, it's like about 4 million roughly, or 3, yeah, from the demo budget. And then the contingency and
the FF&E, yep.
Along with some value engineering that was done.
There was some value engineering too, which didn't affect the overall aspect of the building.
Can you give us an idea of maybe the most and the second most thing of the project that had to be value engineered that has eaten up the most of these adjustments? Like probably unanticipated and unbudgeted cost, what would be maybe the biggest,
I mean, the biggest savings out of the value management process?
no, not the biggest savings, but biggest adjustment, and might that have been for?
Biggest adjustment. I guess I'm not quite following.
So, some of these funds were shifted and moved, and it's called, value management. But if we had scheduled and budgeted certain amounts of money for certain buildings, for certain projects, for contingencies, for demolition, and now you said we used budget alignment, and 160,000 is left from 1.3. Well, no, that was just FF&E. Bottom line is that we're shifting money and we're getting caught short in certain things that we budgeted, okay? Contingency, project, this and that. I'm just trying to find out what things had ended up costing us more than what we anticipated and budgeted. What might be the biggest one that has reduced our budget and changed our budget and reduced our
It's like when bids came in and what materials cost?
Just say the whole project. Say, for instance, it may or may not be, but to get an idea of what I'm trying to get at is site prep. In the beginning, all this rock that was moved, I mean, was that maybe one of the biggest things that came over budget, unanticipated, that now we had to make some adjustments? That's the type of thing I'm looking for. Maybe what was the most expensive one that was unanticipated, maybe the second one that has gobbled up these things that we're talking about now that we've had to reduce and shift.
So probably overall, as the Rock Ridge referendum, I would say site prep was a big one.
Okay.
Up at Laurentian for the rock blasting and additional rock blasting, if you remember having to do a change order for that.
So what might be the second largest adjustment that we had to make, and that took away from our other budgeted plan?
COVID.
No.
COVID and inflation.
Okay.
Yep.
You're saying materials, basically, just materials?
Yeah, material costs, like we've gone over before,
Mhm.
when the bids came in and why they came in higher than anticipated, that market inflation and.
Certainly, I think on the North Star, it certainly is inflation was a huge risk, but I think it was pretty minimal. And we kept hearing it was minimal on the Academy and on the Laurentian.
Yes.
And they did remain
Laurentian came
in line with the adjusted budgeted amounts.
Well, this is pertinent to going back to this slide instead of waiting till the end, because we are on this conversation now. So I was calculating that we are over about 14 million from what we budgeted. And like you said, we're up to 193, and the budget was 179, 180. And it looks like the Laurentian was under budget by 100,000. The high school is at this point in time over 7 million, and the North Star is over almost 7 million, 6.7 million. So that's about 14 million in total for the whole project, when our referendum was about 180 million. And now we're over about 14 million? Is that generally ballpark right?
I'd have to look at the numbers and
And-
get back to you on that one, Polly.
That's just going,
Members of the board
that's just
know
going to
that's
this first
not
page.
quite what it is. Going back in time, remember, the Laurentian, this is pre-COVID, we got good bids. We did. We got some really good bids on the Laurentian. That building has everything in it because the bids came in under. And we weren't going to go back in time. We had just consolidated. There was no way we were going to be able to move funds from Laurentian and move them to another project at North Star. There was no way. And so we built Laurentian on budget. Those bids came in really good, and we even have great floors. There's great things in that building that most school districts never could have afforded. Came in on budget. Then COVID started impacting more and more. The high school bids came in right at about the time where COVID was starting. They were higher than Laurentian, but they were manageable. It's North Star, the one that really has gone exploded with the inflationary cost. And there was a slide that Kraus Anderson showed you, not here tonight, about how much steel costs went up, how much the joist costs went up, how much all of those costs jumped. It was dramatic. And so what's happened is, unfortunately, it was the third building that we're having difficulty with. That's where the budget problems are coming from. And so in talking to the North Star teachers who helped design the building, we went back to them and we said, you know, it looks like the bids are coming in higher than what we would like. We can't do everything. So what would you rather do? And this is when the furniture was coming into an issue. Laurentian is loaded with new furniture. The high school is going to be loaded with new furniture, even though we are bringing used furniture. The teachers at North Star told us, and we told you, that if you're going to cut anything right now, cut the furniture, but don't cut the building itself. So if you have to, we know we can get furniture over a longer period of time. We can bring some older furniture with us. That's okay. But we want the design of the building to be the way it still is. The design hasn't changed. The other thing that, if you're talking about what was changed, is that keep in mind that that's a landlocked building. There is no grass on that property. We're going to take down, and you are authorizing it to take down the middle section after the high school leaves. But even after that is taken down, there isn't very much grass on that property. Because remember, the original design had that entire block south of the North Star being in grass. As of this minute, that can't happen because Virginia High School is still going to be there. And so that was a concession we made to build the building correctly. You're running into COVID costs, and we have some other agenda items coming up. Frankly, we do need political help. We have one of the best arguments in the state because you passed it with your voters. You said we're going to be building this. And had we actually built all those buildings right away, we would not be talking about being millions of dollars this issue. They would have been built, they would have been on budget, end of story. And that's what would have happened in most school districts. We can't do that. We don't have the available land that many other districts do. So we had to do this sequential approach. And unfortunately, as everybody knows, inflation has turned into a massive topic over the last year and a half. And that is not helping us anywhere at the end of the high school project and at the end of the North Star project. However, and I'll talk more of it later on, I am somewhat optimistic that we will have some political help because our story is so good. And I believe that, I'm being optimistic here, that I believe we will have some assistance down the road politically. However, it's not here yet. So this is the reality we have to deal with and make decisions on right now. I don't know if that helps, but I thought I would say it.
I just want to clarify, though, that I'm just going back to the first slide of the master budget, and all I'm doing is adding and subtracting. The first column and the second column. The original budget for all the buildings and the demo, haven't worked that one out yet, and the current budget. And that's what I'm saying. The numbers are coming out that the Laurentian was almost exactly right. It's about $100,000 to the good. And the high school, according to these numbers, we're over about 7 million, and we're over about 7 million at this point in time, according to these numbers, for the North Star. So that's about 14 million. And to compare those and to, what would you say, balance or cross-check those, cross-check.
Half of that was for the fundraising that we upgraded, so that's for the high school anyways. Isn't that right?
Correct.
That's the next slide, I think, isn't it?
She's talking about from the original budget for the high school.
And what we have.
$7 million more.
Right.
Yeah, and what we have in the second column.
Yeah, I think it's the next, coming up quick here, because I got a copy of it here.
Whatever the.
Phase out would get to Director Sorkin's question.
And whatever the reasons, that's just where we are at this point in time.
Yeah, my initial statement to that would be additional funding above and beyond the $178.5 million has certainly been contributed to the project. Just as an anecdotal example too, when the initial board contributions happened, I think it was $3.5 million. That was even to increase the size of the Laurentian Elementary School. I think it was up to 88,000 square feet, just as an example. And so when the statement is made, we're over by $14 million, I would say that the scope of the project has grown significantly, and that additional funding has been contributed by the board in order to finance those scope additions and actual increase to the size or the quality or the upgrades to the project.
And the scope has increased, and we have to pay for the scope increase. And so it comes down to dollars. Yeah.
And you're exactly right. It was $3 million we added from the former Everett Gilbert reserves to increase the size of the Laurentian. And when we did that, we were told there was a very, very remote chance they'd ever need the money, but they needed the commitment. And we were talking new market tax credits, and we were talking this, and we were talking that, and everything else, and nothing came to pass.
So I understand we weren't eligible for those new market credits from the beginning, so. And so however, we have to pay for these increased scopes and or reduce whatever, the things in the project, either through legislation or additional taxpayer money or general fund money or whatever. We've got to find it somewhere or scale back projects, right?
And the amendment process has gotten us to this point of what the additional board reserve contributions are, deferred maintenance, capital fund, E-rate credits, things like that. Those are all listed out on the master referendum budget. It's an exhibit to the contract amendment that you have in your read-ahead packets. And so all that information about funding sources is easily traceable to, here was our $178.5 million, and here is every single transaction and where it goes to every single project that gets you to just under $193 million today. And I'm happy to go through those at any point if you want to.
Good on North Star. I'll hand it over to Morgan to go through some demo.
Alrighty, I'm gonna follow in the same theme as Paul and Pete. We'll talk about schedule, expenditures, and then the contingency. So our schedule and expenditures are aligned at 20%. We on demolition are kind of scaling our schedule in square footage instead of time. Just the nature of the work, it's easier to do that way. So you have 72,000 square feet right now that has been hauled off site. There may be more on the ground right now, but as far as buildings gone, there are 72,000, and we are working on hauling out the rest, and we'll be demoing the rest in the future. Contingency, we are at $45,000 remaining. Only $5,000 have been spent. The rest of this contingency would go to unforeseen circumstances like materials that were maybe behind a wall that they didn't catch in the survey that were hazardous. Maybe utilities in these old buildings that we did not see in the initial walkthrough or the mechanical contractors didn't see. That's what we would use contingency for. I just want to remind everyone of the unfunded projects, as that is kind of part of the demolition scope. The Virginia High School, the Gilbert Junior High, the Nellsheen, the Edlith Gilbert Senior High School, plus the gym, and the Franklin Elementary. And I will hand this back to Paul.
Thank you, Morgan. All right, last item to go through. So all that being said, over the course of the last about 45 minutes, this is the fifth contract amendment here. Again, the contract amendments are simple because it's just the subtraction of the master referendum budget revenues and expenses on June 30th minus what they were on March 30th.
Excuse me, is there any reason why this slide was in the presentation that you gave us that got to the itemized that I thought it was very well done?
We have a hidden PowerPoint slide in here, if you'd like us to go through it.
This was what, in what was given to us, that's what I was referring to.
Yeah, so what Director Schoberg is holding is, we have a snip of the project funding slide, and we're happy to put that up if you'd like to.
We've seen enough.
Yeah, sometimes we'll have those exhibits in there, and we'll just have it hidden in the slide deck. And we'll only go to it if there's a specific question pertaining to it. And so maybe it would have been a good idea to go to it when we were answering Ken's question. You're absolutely right, Mr. Schoberg.
Because it directly relates, but with more detail, to your first slide of the master budget.
Yes, and that project funding slide is really just a more detailed version too of the information that's contained here. Because, and this is the one I actually thought you were talking about, Director Schoberg. This just shows, all right, here was $178.5 million. This was the starting point. We've gone through this slide and just added a new bullet for each one of the amendments. And it shows the lineage of how much money, and then where it came from, and at what point in time it was committed to the project by the board, and how we get to just under $193 million today. The operative elements of the fifth contract amendment is the fundraising commitment to replenish the contingency expenditures that have already been used on upgrades for the Rockridge High School project, the additional funding contribution that I talked about for the Rockridge High School project to finally make its column solvent and aligned with the budget. And then, just to be clear about this one, this deferred maintenance taconite funding of $700,000 rounded, $699,012 actually. This is just bringing in and committing the funds to construct the multi-purpose space remodel that the board approved and reviewed on July 25th. It's being formally committed into the project here. And the net breakdown of the contract amendment, has typically been a positive number, I think, on each one of the last four. It's actually a credit back on the fifth one, again, if you do the math across the lines. And let me talk about how we get to that. So, on the general conditions side of things, the demolition team, in particular on that column, has looked at what the general conditions requirements have been to date to be able to demolish the buildings, and has correspondingly reduced the amount of general conditions budget necessary, because we just don't think that as much money is going to be needed for GCs to demolish the projects. Now that's a reduction of about $50,000, but what that's offset by, and why you see only -6 here, is if you remember back to the multi-purpose space remodel presentation that Chelsea and Patrick gave on July 25th, there's about $22,000 of general conditions funds needed to be able to facilitate the construction of that space. So that $22,000 offsets the -50. And then with the fundraising contributions, there's just 3% that's set aside for general conditions, and that's about the other $22,000. And so the net comes out to about a -6. On the site services side of things, that's the KA time to do these things. So despite the $1.5 million, I think it is, for this contribution or memorialization, no additional site services time from the KA team. On the reimbursable side of things, this comes largely from the Laurentian Elementary project. So as Pete nears the final completion of the accounting on that job, there was funds left over in the reimbursables column, and so this represents just a pure funds return there. And then the very simple calculation, again, on 2% of the final hard costs of the project. Again, about half of that comes from just the multi-purpose space remodel itself. That's a component of the total $699,000 that was presented on July 25th. So net credit, good news story. So if anyone has any questions, we're happy to answer those. It could be on anything in the presentation or on the contract amendment. If not, what we would ask is that the board review and consider approval of the contract amendment that includes the exhibit of the master referendum budget.
So are we being asked to approve the transfer of $500,000 of, it says school funds? Are these unrestricted general funds of the district to the construction project? Is that the 500,000?
Yes, so.
That was my question.
If Spencer is on the line, I don't know if he is or not.
He's not.
Okay.
If you need though, I can have him.
The exact source of the $500,000, as I understand it, is from the capital fund.
Or all right, talk to Spencer about this. Scoreboard, what they're asking you is yes, that's exactly what they're asking you. To transfer some of our current monies that we have into this fund so the contingency is assured. And then what would happen is if we get a political solution, then we backfill the monies from there. But the money would come from, and I talked to Spencer about this, and he would take it from either the capital account, which is $500,000, or he would take it from the taconite account. And he had to look into a couple things from the taconite account legally to do some double checking in there. But that's what he told me, it'd be either or, depending what he found out, the answer would be.
It looks like there is the money in the taconite account right now, but there's not the money in the capital account. As of June 30th, there was $220,000, and I don't know when the levy or aid money flows into
At the
it.
end of it comes in monthly on the capital account, so at the end of the year, it will be there. And the taconite money is there already, and that also gets replenished on a regular basis also. So these are current dollars you already have. And we are working very hard to not impact your general budget at all.
Thank you.
Although the extra dollars that are going into the new building project fund leaves less for the other buildings that we already own, like the Parkview and the James Madison.
Correct.
The Spectrum building, and if we buy anything else out here, it's going to leave less money for that when we are backfilling this project.
I will make the motion to approve the contract amendment.
Support.
So we got support. We got a motion by Director Schultz to 7.1, it would be. A motion by Director Schultz, support by Director Lotiger to approve the construction manager request for contract amendments. Any discussion?
Which is again for what amount?
Any discussion?
I'd just say it doesn't get any easier. Gets harder every time, and we're running out of options.
And out of money.
Oh.
Okay, with no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
No.
So it would be six to one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I was in awe of how you guys had the pictures. I mean, they're essentially exactly what you started off with, picture-wise. They look wonderful.
Thank you. It's an
Yeah.
exceptional project.
Tell Pat we missed him.
We will.
Number 8, administrative items, 8.1, consideration of keeping utilities operational at the Gilbert campus over winter with presenter Mike Hogue.
Hello, everyone. I'm here tonight to to answer questions and also to explain some of the numbers that you're looking at there. Now, I guess I'll dive right into it. To heat Gilbert, now the big problem there is the electrical. And this, also all these were with our contractors that we currently use in our facilities. And Hometown was on site, and also Cross Anderson was there too, and they were helping out with stuff too. But the thing is, we have a transformer in the building part that is gonna be demolished, and that would have to be moved. So when you see the number of 80 to 100,000 for the electrical, it would basically determine where that transformer would be moved to. And there's some options that could come into place. It also determines on what gear can be reused, everything else. The only thing is, at that point, we didn't have a chance to run up and look at all that exactly because it was in the process of being abated. So that is the main thing. And if you look at that transformer runs that whole, I guess, north end, the gym, the shops, everything else. We double checked, we cut the power to it, and everything went black on that end. The power is still towards the front part of the buildings, so that transformer would have to be moved. So that's where you're looking at that, if you were gonna heat it. Because otherwise that back of the building would have to stay cold, and then you run into the fire problems, the sprinkler problems, sending alarms out and everything else. Because I know it was brought up a couple times of maybe leaving that part cold, but I'm just telling you what it would take right now to reheat that building. And then we had a thing of the boiler repairs. We had Bolt come in and look at the tubes. There's a couple tubes that would need to be replaced or plugged. That's a minimal charge. Repair would be $4,000. To just to plug them would be $2,000. And then as you go down, the plumbing part, the condensate lines, the steam lines, and all that. If you look at the building of Gilbert, there's a line that comes up right underneath, if you're familiar with the building, under that main hallway by where the fitness center is there. So there would have to be some capping, some rerouting of lines. And when you see that number of 50,000, that came from RJ. Now, that is also including whatever, let's say pumps, any kind of plumbing, any kind of figures like that. So that's more of a, I guess, a rough guess. That's just covering, hopefully that would be less. But that's the figure with that. And I guess I figured you'd probably have some questions on that.
So our Buildings and Grounds meeting, we met in regards to this, and we talked over many different scenarios. What can we do, to keep the building somewhat sellable? Okay, we know that the base bid came in for the science wing and that, and we know that there was electrical switchgear up there, and there was a main steam line that went to the air handling unit. We talked about winterizing it. We talked about, how are we going to keep the sprinkler system operational? And if you winterize it, do you blow out the sprinkler system? There's many different options, and we discussed that the buildings can go cold for a year and not do much damage to these buildings. The big thing is, okay, do you want to heat it? That's the board's question. Do you want to heat this? I do believe these numbers are a little bit high. Because I did request utility bills for the building itself, because you're not heating it. You reduce the comfort heat, you reduce the cooking. You're not running hot water. There's just many different things that play into low utility bills, especially when there's buildings not occupied. So with that, all that discussion, we talked about, okay, do we winterize it? Do we just shut the electrical off, or we shut the gas off, blow the lines out? We talked about putting electric heaters in there just to keep it heated, which I don't think would be a pretty good idea, because that would just electrically would kill you. Financially. We talked about all these different scenarios, and I don't know if the board needs to make a decision on what they want to do, but I'm still going to stand firm on the fact that that part of that back part needs to be demoed. And with that, you know, you're going to lose the heat to the shops and you're going to lose the heat to the gym just because the way the building was designed. I think that that should have never have been in the plan. I mean, that back building should have been tore down 30, 40 years ago, but they put all this brand new updating up in there in the last 15 years in the building that should have been tore down. It was just poor foresight to that issue. And we're going to pay for that. So I don't know. I mean, keeping it heated, I don't know. What's the board think? What do you think of just letting it go cold, maybe winterizing it, trying to keep it sellable? You hate to have all the lines cracked, but then again, if someone does buy the building and repurposes it for one thing.
Hey, Bill?
Yes.
There is a couple options on winterizing. And the one is probably what you're looking at there, and that came from JK Mechanical. That is actually blowing all the lines out. That is taking apart the fixtures. That is taking apart the traps. That is doing the whole thing, taking everything off the wall, all the drinking fountains, everything. And that they figured under a time and material, because they couldn't give an exact number what that would be. But you're looking at, they figured with a couple guys, a couple weeks, and you're looking at around 63,000.
63,000.
That was totally
winterize it.
Building, and they went off the model because they did the exact same thing at that Mountain Iron School.
Okay.
Of course, you know, and he said no more than that, so that's why he said time and material.
Okay.
You know, the other option is us as a district. We do it ourselves and we do the best job we can.
Okay.
So that would, you know, I don't want to guarantee anything, but
that's what they do.
There is basically no expense other than the maintenance department. You know,
so
lines what we can, draining everything we can. You know, putting antifreeze in all the toilet. You know, and hope for
a sale in the spring.
And a sale in the spring, and hopefully we come through okay, and someone buys it.
Did our staff winterize any other building previously by themselves, by ourselves?
Have we done it?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of. Maybe years ago, I don't know.
We did the junior high in Avila. They did winterize that.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. They did. That was done before, I think just as when I was coming on board here.
Yeah.
But that was done with our staff. That was with our two plumbers on the Evelyn Gilbert side. And I mean, for the first couple of years, it was fine, but that sat down for quite a few years, and then everything started shifting and buckling and everything else. So for 1 year, I don't know.
I mean, if you spent that amount of money and you take the chance, I mean, to me, it'd be money well spent if you can sell the building, because we listen to Krauss Anderson, we take their advice, and if this is one advice we should take, and that would be we need to sell buildings. We know we ain't got no money in demolition. Okay, we know that. And if you can save a building to potentially probably sell it because it was winterized properly, that's money well spent, and that's a risk that I would take. You know, I mean, if you're going to spend $60,000 to winterize a building to guarantee a possible sale in the spring, well, if it doesn't happen, well, you know.
And that's the Sheen, the junior high, the media center there, that whole thing, and also back to the gyms and all that. So basically everything that would be standing is that number.
So if I'm looking at this correctly, it's $63,000 to winterize it versus potentially keeping the utilities running over the next 12 months or so, and it costing the district $350,000 to $370,000.
And the number you see on what I got from the contractors, that didn't include what our heat bill, like Bill was talking before, our heat bill, you have to keep the fire and all the utilities up, whatever that would be, and I don't know what that would be.
Yeah, then there's 150,000 added for the heat.
Yeah.
The rough cost to keep it heated.
Yeah. Are these two scenarios, is the premise that either keeping it heated or winterizing it still on the premise that the demo work will happen?
Are you asking me like, are we still gonna demo this no matter what we do?
No, not the thing, just the science wing,
So if you demo the science wing, Polly, there's a steam line that comes out of here. Okay, I mean, look, if you can see the picture, I wish the.
Yeah, it's here. Yeah.
It comes out of here, out of the boiler room, goes underneath and into the science wing. Okay, and then that steam line goes up to this air handler, which is located right here. I wish the public could see, but they can't. Okay, and now the switchgear electrical comes out, goes over here to the second floor, and that feeds all this area here, the whole science wing, the new gym, and the shops, right? So when that switchgear is removed, then you only have power to the basically the junior high, what I would call it, and the media center, the high school, and the Nell Sheen. Okay, so once you cut that power there, you have no power here. You cut the steam line, you have no steam to any, there's no heat in the, what we would call the new gym, the shops, the boys and girls gym, and the science, the science wing. There'd be no heat at all. You follow me?
I follow what you're saying in general, but my question is, or my statement would be, is there a third option of just not doing anything to that building right now except winterizing it? Not doing the demo, so you don't have those problems of the lines and the condensate things?
I would not trade base bid demo for that.
And why?
Because I just think that once that happens, that money will get absorbed into something else. We'll get absorbed into some other projects, and then we'll be out to demolition.
Or
we'll be even more in debt on demolition.
Or maybe a potential buyer, that would be a cost of theirs, a potential buyer, and we would save that money. That demo is $475,000 just for that. And when we come to demo the old junior high school in Gilbert and the Nell Sheen, that's going to be more money, $1.5 million or more. So that $500,000 is only for the science wing. And we could
I questioned that when it was presented. Was it worthwhile even to do that?
Huh?
The money could have been better spent for something else. I don't know if it.
And I did too. I thought we were premature to even let that bid and to accept that bid because something like this would happen. And that would be my suggestion, is to, whatever you would call it, default on that demo part of it and save that 400 some minus any penalty they would charge us, plus winterize
You
it.
don't touch that money. And then all that $400,000 for demolition can only be used to keep this building heated and electrically?
Not heated. I said to winterize it for 60-some thousand, or our staff do it themselves, because if we are really sincere about marketing and selling that building, and it would likely happen, we've got one committee working on it, we've got another voice talking about something else and really stressing to us, we have to be dedicated to marketing it professionally so it has a chance to sell. We're going to save that money. Every penny we save, you keep saying, don't walk over a 20 to pick up a 5.
I would support that 100%, but I would have to have that money does not get touched for anything. It doesn't go into Krauss Anderson's budget.
Go back in the demo budget.
Goes right back, that would go right back into the demo budget, but that $400,000 stays for this.
But everything is fungible.
I know. I know.
And I asked that question about, should we be demoing it? And what I heard is it's going to make the property a lot more saleable.
I was just going to ask that, and I think that's what Mr. Pierce said tonight too, is that
yes,
made it better to tear down the worst part of it.
Right.
Maybe that makes it more saleable.
Yeah.
But Bill, I think what you were saying is spend the $63,000 to properly have it winterized, and save on heating costs and continue with the demolition.
That's how I feel.
I agree.
I agree as well.
That's how I feel. Because I feel that once that money, there's no guarantee we're going to get any money from the state. Okay, there ain't no guarantee at all. And we already approved this base bid to have that tore down. Okay, and and it's,
Why would you not want to save $500,000 just on the science wing alone?
Well, I think,
because once that money's gone, the city of Gilbert's going to get stuck with the building.
and I think we also have to protect our
we're tearing.
ability. We've made this contract, we've approved this bid, and if we back out now, then are we looked at as people that don't honor their contracts?
I mean, trust me, I have visions of somebody buying that building and putting housing in that Nell Sheen. I do. I have a vision. I have a lot of people ask me about it. Okay, yeah, that's nice, but we need people to come to us with a lot of cash and say, here, this is my plan, this is my money, go check it out, let's get her done. But no one's come forward. Everybody's talking about, historic tax credits and stuff. This building it was up for sale. People knew it was going to close 2 years ago. But yet now we're talking about this now?
We didn't do the professional marketing, Bill, we.
I know we did. I know, you're right.
And I think that it would make it less marketable to do that partial demo now. And the abatement alone, includes caulking, it includes flooring with asbestos. And that's going to make it less marketable because in construction, you're allowed to go over asbestos tile, if you don't disturb it. And so I think it's going to be just.
Have you been, have you been in the science thing?
I'm just saying, I know it's bad. We've been talking about it for years, even in Evelyn Gilbert. I'm just saying with our vision of saleability and marketability, I think it's better left untouched. We got somebody in real estate here.
I agree with Polly, actually.
You start doing that to a residential house, just think about it.
Right. And you don't know potential buyers, you're just, if you don't know who's, and if there will even be a potential buyer.
Well, I think that we've already approved that bid, though. that was a discussion for a couple months ago.
I did discuss it, but I was outvoted.
As did I. I think we should continue with the demo, and I think our staff should winterize it, save the $63,000. We got plumbers on staff.
And what would be the offset of overtime? Probably not 60-some thousand, but we have an offset of overtime.
Have you done those numbers, what it would cost us versus having somebody come in? And here's another thing, that if we winterize it, we shut the water off, what does that do to the sprinkler system? Are you going to lose that fire protection?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So you lose the fire protection, you lose.
You're shutting the power, you're shutting the water, you're shutting everything.
So what does it do with the security system that someone breaks in? For liability?
There won't be one.
We talked about the insurance, not insuring it, or because we couldn't insure it just for a disaster. So either we don't insure it and take your chance, or we insure it for a closed building.
Well, do we have to make a decision tonight, or can we maybe get more?
I would rather not.
I think.
Not as well.
Yeah, I think we're going to have some more discussion on this.
Because there are questions regarding liability and what we can and can't do legally.
Right. All right. Thanks, Mike. We'll be talking to you again.
Thanks, Mike.
Were you going to say something, Noah?
Say, the one thing I want to let the board know, I need to say this, you do not have time to delay this decision. We have people coming in there to do asbestos removal. You have somebody who thinks they have the bid and needs to move heavy equipment there. I'm just saying that it might not be as simple as what we're talking about right here, as far as if we don't tear that area down. We'll look into it and we'll find out and get back to you, but the clock is ticking.
What's the timetable on that?
They're going to start doing asbestos abatement here, start in the middle of August. Right now, it's happening right now. Hey, they've already started it because they have to seal off areas from the rest of the building. It's already started.
Could you look into what it would cost to, the penalty be to cancel the construction?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, and I asked for that.
Yes, because it's Rachel who's doing the demo. So when the Roosevelt building is down, their plan was just to move over to Gilbert.
So KA is doing the asbestos abatement?
No, there's another firm.
Oh.
No, your contract, your PCI environment.
Right.
We will look.
And there's a cost if we back out of the contract, monetary wise, but then there's also a cost in backing out of a contract, reputation wise. And it costs us more in the future when we enter into them, I think.
I agree with that.
But you can subtract everything from the $475,000 in costs, and until you get to that amount, and it'll zero out, it's just a wash.
Well, I think
every
what
dollar
we're saying is that it's just not, everything isn't black and white.
I agree, but, you know, it'll cost us something, but it's not going to cost us up to the demolition cost of $467,000. And that will always be, that will be a savings on paper.
Well, you've listed this building, correct?
Yep.
Okay, where can the public go to find this listing?
The easiest way is to call me, and I'm just speaking based on my experience with this building. I know we all want to sell it. It is a very difficult building to sell. That is the reality of the situation. The geography is not breaking in our favor. The age of the building is not breaking in our favor. The pipes are not breaking in our favor. And the science wing, it is the worst part of the building that is not breaking in our favor. We're listing it, we're running it again. We'll find some other realtors who are interested. I've talked to a number of ones. They frankly are not interested in it because it's tough to sell. We need a commercial lister. We'll still keep looking. We'll run some ads in the Minneapolis paper, get some wider coverage on it. But I hear a lot of talk about somebody's interested, this person's interested, this person wants to do it. I'm getting almost no follow through other than the one group, the Gilbert, the group that you heard presentation, and they're working through the process. It's possible. It's a tough situation.
So are we going to do the 3D walkthrough of that building ASAP?
Yes.
So then we can put that on the listing, so people, if they want to do a virtual walkthrough, they can do that. I had a discussion with you, last Thursday or whatever it was, in regards to this meeting, about people are interested in this building in Minneapolis. A couple of people have called me and they said, where do I find this building? I want to go look at it. I don't want to talk to anybody. I just want to see it.
Well, you got to talk to somebody.
No, but they want to go to a website where they can see the listing.
No, you know what we need? We need a professional commercial broker realtor to handle this. You are not an agent. You should not be doing this. We should be posting and advertising and putting out RFPs for somebody, and we have to come to terms with some commercial broker.
I think what Noel is saying is that person has not agreed to list it.
That's not just one person. There's trade journals. There's not just the state, the whole nation of developers, and we need professional help to do that.
We'll keep trying on that, but the immediate issue is what do you want to do with this building over the winter?
I want to sell it. That's what I want to do, so we don't have to have this discussion anymore.
Sell or winterize.
Huh?
Or winterize.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I like to do.
All right.
So the abatement is going ahead. It's already going ahead. Mm-hmm. It started. And the other part of it about finding out about
Cancellation.
yeah.
So can we put that like on your working session on the next meeting? You said we're gonna have a meeting on.
Director Eddy, based upon what I'm hearing this board say, I think the odds are high you're going to have a special session sometime before your next official board meeting to talk again about this. And we'll get the direct costs for what happens if you do not get that sign.
I just don't want to make a decision that will cost us, our district, a lot more money down the road when it comes to the demolition.
Like Matt also said, reputation as well.
Yep. All righty, enough on that. We got 8.2, consider updating quotes from Thielen Transportation Group and Hoagland Bus Company for the purchase of new buses for the 2022-23 school year. And on that is going to, if you hadn't seen it on your board book, there was also another vehicle, a Suburban on that. All right, go ahead, Mr. Voss.
Hi, board members. About in early April, I started looking for buses for the school year. You charged me with finding them and actually approved the purchase of 4 buses, maybe 3 or 4 more. When I went to order the buses, both International and Thomas Bus Company shut down their ordering because they were doing price adjustments. The big wait was for the Minnesota School Bus Cooperative Purchasing Program to approve what they were asking. What the companies were asking was a $20,000 increase in the price of buses.
That'd be per unit.
Per unit. The state finally did make that approval about 2 weeks ago. So I went to the Buildings, Grounds, Transportation Committee and said, still buy 4 buses. We talked about basically $80,000 more for the buses. And they suggested that I cut it down to 3 and that I bring to the full board for discussion.
And the, I think it was recommended by the board. I mean, so it was brought up to me that we made the decision to purchase these 4 buses and you needed that decision right away. Otherwise, you weren't going to be able to get that pricing. Made that decision. I don't know if if you put the order in and they just canceled your order because they were going through some price adjustments, but I remember sitting at that meeting and you needed an answer that night for 4 buses to get that pricing. Well, things have changed. Now we go to July 26th and now it went up $20,000 per unit. Now we're looking at $60,000 additional dollars for buses. And at the meeting, after hearing that, at the meeting, we recommended that, the committee recommended that we go ahead and purchase 3 buses with 1 Suburban. That was the recommendation by the committee.
Yeah. The story on the Suburban was one of the staff members took one of the Suburbans, which was expiring here probably in January anyways. So we've been giving that Suburban to the maintenance department. But the staff member took it down to Minneapolis and ended up in an accident with it. Someone hurt him. It wasn't school district's fault, nobody. But it was a total loss to the vehicle. So actually, we came out pretty well on that. We would have never got $17,000 for that vehicle. We would market if we had sold it, and we wouldn't have sold it anyway.
So to keep the meeting moving along, can I get a motion from the board to purchase 3 buses and 1 Suburban as per the committee's recommendation and Mr. Voss?
I will make a motion to buy 3 buses and the Suburban from Washington Family Chevrolet.
I will support that.
Motion by Director Yuhan, supported by Director Schultz. Any discussion?
The 3 buses would be purchased from Hogland Bus Company.
Would become, Hogland would be the low bid. And Washke's was the low bid. Iron Trail Motors could not give me a pricing on current year model. Washke's did. But then over the weekend, Iron Trail did finally get me a quote on it, and Washke's was still about $400 less. Washke's still was a little bit.
Any more discussion on 8.2?
And that'd be based on the information that we were given at the table here.
That is correct. That handout, that additional handout from Mr. Voss would be for that Suburban.
So on these buses, did we just approach these 2 businesses, or did this go out further, statewide or whatever? So we just solicited from these 2. Does this meet the competitive bidding law with the amount of this?
Yes, it's under the state bid.
It's under 25,000?
What's that?
It's under 25,000?
What's that?
I thought that was when we could just go on, there's a range, under 25,000, we can just go and solicit 25 to something. I don't remember the numbers that we have to go out with advertising quotes and bids. I'm just wanting to make sure that businesses have a fair and equal
I think we covered that when we talked about it the last time.
And these are local, right? So if there's warranty issues, they're both in Duluth, right?
We already approved the purchase of
International
buses.
is actually in Virginia, and if I want Thomas warranty, the best I can do is Hibbing.
So this is going to be like $500,000, isn't it, or more? What's the total?
We already approved the purchase of the buses.
Yeah.
Just an update because the price changed.
Yeah, I know.
It's actually going from 4 buses only to 3 buses and 1 Suburban.
Yeah, but the Suburban is the new thing.
Correct.
Okay, and does it look like we're going to get about 18,000? Oh, no, what's that, minus 18,000 on there?
That's the
Trade-in?
16,474.
That was the insurance.
From the insurance company.
Oh, that was, okay, the payout, okay.
Any more discussion on 8.2?
No.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 8.3, consider.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
8.3, consider approval of contract between Rockridge Schools and potential new owners of Brown Transportation contract upon successful sale to Brown Transportation, of Brown Transportation.
Okay. Everybody knows Brown Transportation retired. We're looking for a new vendor to handle our special ed transportation. Group out of Cloquet who are with us tonight. The Lanes are with us tonight, sitting here. Gave us a contract. Negotiating back and forth what the contract would be. Packet. They want to do our special ed transportation for us.
And we got at the table, are these recommendations from our legal counsel to add to this?
Yes, so they got us, the contract this weekend. I gave it to Noel, and Noel sent it to our attorney.
Trevor.
And he did have a couple of things that he wanted seen changed in, a couple of minor changes in the contract. I have not talked to the Lanes about that yet, but these are the changes that our attorney suggests.
So, I mean, well, do we have to do this right now or table it until these are incorporated into this, or?
I think you can do it contingent upon the sale going through and changes to the contract.
And we don't know if the owners will accept these changes at this time. Have you seen a? Yeah.
And maybe they
need some time to
run it by their attorney.
So that's why I'd like to make a motion to table this for tonight.
Oh, so they haven't seen it then, Bob?
No, they haven't seen
Alrighty, so I think that would be,
chance to get it to them today.
all right, so I think that would be,
I'm assuming that you guys would like a minute or two to talk with your attorney about the changes.
I mean, we are running out of time. School
starts, yeah.
Oh,
here.
When we know them.
Noel?
That's
And that's been hard too, because you guys want firm numbers, but we don't have firm roads. I mean, it's kind of a crapshoot right now.
But to that end, as far as running out of time, I mean, how imminent is the sale?
Oh,
We're
that's,
planning on it.
yeah, the bank, we've talked to the bank, we've got things lined up, but, you know, we can't pull a trigger on things until you guys pull a trigger on it, and, you know, I mean, it's kind of a catch-22 right now.
They can't move unless we move.
I think it would be appropriate to approve contingent upon
their review,
the wording being added, and they approve the wording as well.
Are you making that motion?
I would like to make that motion.
I'll support.
Motion by Lotiger to go ahead with this contingent upon review and
Approve the contract with.
Contingent that this wording be added to the contract.
Okay, we got motion by Director Lotiger, support by Director Schultz to go ahead with this contingent on successful sale to Brown Transportation and some wording issues.
I don't see a problem.
Okay. Any more discussion?
And just our council will review the final contract before we sign it, correct?
Yep. The members of the board, the changes that our attorney has suggested, I don't see them as dramatic. I believe I just saw your head shaking back there. I think they can work them out. Time is a real serious issue right now.
Yeah.
So that's why we really are at bringing this forward, contingent upon the attorney. And if everything can work out, they buy the company, we really need to be working together on this with them for school is coming.
And just to cover again, we didn't find out about the decision by Brown until about June this year. Was that?
Correct.
So it's not like anyone's been sitting on this for a while. It's just.
No, and we've been talking to them, bosses. They've been great to work with. And we're in trouble, folks. If we don't work with them on the special ed transportation.
And I mean, we can certainly talk about, we heard the same time you guys heard it. It's been kind of a.
It was a challenge. We had been in the talks, probably 3 years ago.
And then it
just
went
went
by
away.
the wayside, so then all of a sudden we get this call and, you know, so, I mean, we certainly can, we're willing to work too, we, you know.
And you're already in this business?
Pardon me?
You're already in this business?
My family has LCS coaches and Cloquet Transit.
Okay.
I grew up in this business.
Okay.
That puts me a little bit more at ease.
Yeah.
Good luck with the closing.
Yeah. Any more discussion on 8.3?
Just one thing, Appendix C, we're agreeing to a minimum amount of 1.3 million plus an automatic increase. I was just curious when I was reading this, as how will this cost compare to this year's and last year's costs? I mean, are these fees and these hourly things approximately the same, equal? I mean, is that what you kind of based your whole thing off
A lot
of?
of it, what I've experienced with our company, I mean, COVID, we took a pretty good increase, and I got driver interest. There's some problems with the state and licensing, or state and federal, but we're gonna have to go up probably the same amount. So a lot of this increase is just driver wage.
Yeah, well, that's what I was wondering, what it's going to actually cost.
Crunch the numbers on our behalf without them being present. And he said it's higher, it is doable, however, because we are reimbursed from the state of Minnesota for special ed costs. And they distribute it throughout the state. So the state of Minnesota picks up the vast, vast majority of our special ed costs. If you don't do this, your special ed costs are going to go through the roof.
Because what other option do we have?
We don't have one.
I'm not saying not to do it, I'm not saying it's not a good idea. I just think for informational purposes, I'd like to have a comparison of what this costs out as and what we're currently paying at the rate of Brown. Just
We'll have Spencer report that at the next
exactly, you know, because that's part of our budget. It'll be an increase in budget when you said it's going to be more. How much more? That's all. We have to have it, I agree, but I don't like to go in with question marks of cost either.
But
Okay.
we're stuck with question marks too.
Yeah, I know, but I just wondered how closely it was compared to what Brown was charging.
It's about 300 and some thousand.
Yeah, well,
Okay, with
All right,
all
that's
that
all.
discussion being had, can all in favor signify by saying aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. 8.4, consider approval of lane changes for Cassandra Haney contract. Lisa?
Thank you for being patient.
I was warned ahead of time that it was going to be a long meeting, so that's okay. I apologize for my voice. My allergies are crazy, and I cannot speak, so bear with me. But I am here tonight, and I have goosebumps from listening to everything, but I'll talk about something else. I'm here for the PCN grant, which means Positive Community Norms. It's a grant that Cassandra Haney facilitates. So my role and why I'm here on this is DHS requires somebody to oversee and supervise the 5-year grant. And as an independent consultant, I offered up my services to do that. So I oversee kind of some fiscal responsibility, making sure that she's meeting her grant deliverables, grant objectives. And when we began the grant, when we wrote the grant just over 18 months ago or so, we knew that we were supporting 3 buildings to begin with. And with that, we were supporting the Evelyn Gilbert Junior High, the Evelyn Gilbert Senior High, and Virginia High School. And so their recommendation to us was to take the cap for the salaries that was available via the grant and parse out 15,000 of it to provide an assistant for Cassandra. The idea was that she can't be in 3 places at one time. But lo and behold, She is a rock star, and she was in 3 places at one time. And so in conversations with DHS over the course of last year, they said, hold tight on hiring that assistant. Let's put her salary back to the recommended DHS salary under her grant, not hire the assistant. So what we're coming to you to do today is not to ask for any money. This does not impact the general fund or any other funds. We're asking to reallocate. So we would wipe out the assistant line, add $10,000 to her salary amount. We parse out just a little bit in there as well to make sure that the benefit package is commensurate with that, at that kind of 0.33 that Spencer recommends. And that still leaves just around 3,000 unallocated dollars available for this in case she did need to hire some clerical help for a big project or something that might come up. We didn't want to tap that budget. So we're looking for a motion just to reallocate the funds, and that would look like about a $10,000 raise, which is still well below the state recommendation for a grant coordinator of her size.
I will make that motion while also acknowledging what a rock star Cassandra Haney is. And I don't know that anyone else could do that like she does it.
We got a motion by Schultz. Support by Director Yuhan for 8.4. Any discussion?
So just to clarify, is it going from a 2-year contract to a 3-year contract?
Great question. I knew that was going to come up because of the amount that you have. It actually makes it look like I'd be back here next year asking for the contract to be reallocated. What we'd like that to say is work year July 1, 2022 to June 30th, 2024. So that's a 2-year. There would still be 3 more years in the grant, but they'd like to wait to see what inflation and cost of living increases may look like at that time.
I'll amend my motion.
To include that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Amendment support.
Okay. And your support? Okay. Any more discussion?
So there still would be money reserved for an assistant?
There would be for a full assistant. There would be, if she needed to hire in a project support for some larger size project, there'd still be some funds for that, but not a full-time hire assistant.
Okay.
Be like around $3,000.
There'd be right around $3,000 left if she needed that.
3,000, okay.
Okay, so we got amended motion by Director Schultz and an amended motion by Director Yuhan for the contract to say July 1, 2022 to July 30, 2024. Any more discussion?
So her job duties are still the same?
Her job duties are the same. She's actually been doing the work of herself and an assistant for an entire year. She just was not paid.
And when you, okay, and if I understand, you wrote the grant for this range of salary, but it did not include an assistant.
At first it did. So the original grant that we were approved for and that was approved by this board included an assistant. We chose not to hire the assistant, so that money was not spent out in the first place.
Right.
All righty. No more discussion being had. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, 8.5, consider a letter to be sent to the Minnesota politicians encouraging the completion of unfinished business in the 2022 regular legislative session. Can I get a motion?
I'd make that motion.
And I'll support it.
Get in line.
Yeah. Supported by Schoberg. Motion by Schoberg, support by Lotiger. Any discussion?
Discussion I'd have to say is that we make some effort down at the IRRB also, make some contact there.
Yep.
I brought it up before, but any dollar can help.
Yes, we have all channels of communication open, which also does include the IRRR.
We don't have any money.
No. It's all tied up in salaries.
Yeah.
I'd like to just be on record as saying I'm against the premise of this because what it amounts to, without getting into the details, even in that letter, is that it amounts to whoever can go down there and have the most influence and put their hand out and get that money, that overrun of the budget surplus, versus spreading it out amongst all taxpayers in the state. That's what I think is a more fair way of doing it, instead of whoever is able to get the money. So
we give it to schools or give it for new roadways or give it for new infrastructure for cities. That's a kind of a hot statement, Polly, but I respect it.
odd or not, I think it should be redistributed among the people who put it in a different way, whether it's a rebate or anything like COVID money or whatever, so everybody gets some of it because we all put it in, and not just people who have connections.
Okay,
Well, it's not just our school district, it's.
That's fine. To me, that's the premise for all school districts.
And I think I'd rather have it here on the Iron Range than in some metro area.
Or the people can get it too, if it worked a different way. So let's fix.
No more discussion on 8.5. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
6-1. Thank you. 8.6, consider approval offer from Essentia Health Regional Foundation to remove the purchase of the weight equipment from the Gilbert campus for $10,000.
Make that motion.
Motion by Lotiger, support by Schultz. Any discussion? All those in favor,
Of course, I always have discussion because I ask the same questions all the time about, did anybody else have, any other organization or whatever, have a chance to either know that we were selling this equipment or giving it away or whatever, have a chance to put in their own offer? Did we post and advertise? It's when somebody just comes up to us individually and says, oh, I'd like to buy this. Oh, yeah, well, nobody else knew about it. But yeah, we'll sell it to you. And I just want fair and equal across the board opportunity and posting and advertising, so everybody
like
has
the
the
flagpole.
What's that?
I like the flagpole.
Well,
We could have.
yeah, well, as long as everybody has a chance to have the same opportunity instead of first come, first serve. First come, first serve.
Yeah, 8.6.
Do we have any others interested in this equipment?
No.
Did we advertise or post for it, that we would be selling it?
We had the equipment when the Gilbert sale was here, people saw the equipment. This was the only organization who asked about the equipment. Had we specifically gone out and said, hey, we have a flagpole for sale, hey, we have this for sale, hey, we have this for sale? No, Essentia on their own has looked at it and said, we want to offer to buy it. This is what their offer is.
And it's a package of equipment.
I hear your concern,
Yeah.
Ollie, and if it wasn't a nonprofit philanthropic organization, if it was a private entity, I would be a lot more concerned than I am. But I think given who it is, to me, this seems reasonable.
Or maybe there is something like, the Y is defunct now or going defunct, and maybe, something like that or another, whatever could even be given it versus selling it along your lines. So those are my comments.
Any more discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
6-1. 8.7, consider approval request for proposal to professionally move all valuable art pieces from the school Gilbert building and moving them into district storage. That was discussed at our buildings and grounds meeting. What do we do with all the art stuff? Who's going to consider it? Who are we going to have somebody come in and figure out what things are worth? We're going to take them, we're going to store them where, Noel? It's
We
going to
would
be,
probably move them somewhere onto the Evelyn campus, somewhere, or it could be here in this building somewhere.
if we have the room, once Kraus Anderson vacates.
And this is just the approval of the request for proposals.
That is correct.
I'll make the motion that we approve the request.
I'll support that.
Okay, motion by Schultz, supported by Yuhan. Any discussion?
There's a caveat to removing some of these things, and Noel, you refer to them as artifacts, and like say molding and pillars and this and that, and there's some inside and there's some outside. And for a potential buyer, whether it's whoever, that's going to buy it and turn it into whatever. I'm sure they're all depending upon federal and if state funds are reinstated.
You are muted. You can mute or unmute yourself by pressing star 6.
Who's talking to you, Polly?
That's okay. But anyhow, so those historic tax preservation funds, you can get up to 45% if you get, state and federal. And any developer and developers that have been doing things all along. They depend upon that. But if you start removing some of this architectural stuff, first of all, that devalues the building.
Well, I think that's
Could
something
I
that
finish, please?
No, I think that's something that
Ladies,
comes up.
ladies.
Could I finish, please?
Ladies, listen. In our meeting, it was just like the artwork, the statues.
They get to define like what they want to remove and we get to approve it. So I think it's premature to get into that nitty gritty right now when we get to see what the request for proposal proposes.
It's not, because my point is that we should not even be going up for this RFP because if it's going to, that building or the Evelyn buildings or any other buildings that we had, we're going to qualify for historic preservation designation, and I'm sure anybody who buys this, a developer or whatever, they're going to try and get that designation, okay? Those types of things are things that will qualify a building or will not qualify a building if they don't have enough of these historical features and fixtures and whatever. So we would be devaluing that building again by doing this and removing them. And if you go and replace them, it's very, very expensive to replace these cornices and these friezes and
We're not
whatever.
taking those out.
Well, yes, you did. You said that some of these things are attached and they have to be taken down very carefully, or otherwise they might break. And then there's pillars outside too, Bill, by the doors. I'm thinking that you're talking about indoor stuff and outdoor stuff. My point is just leave it like it is. If we're seriously going to market this building, we are going to devalue it for a potential developer by doing it. Just leave it as it is. Maybe the pictures on the walls can come off and everything, but don't start taking things off of walls. Don't take fixtures and things off.
For the whole board, this was a recommendation that came from the Buildings and Grounds Committee. Here we go. Here's another awkward situation. If the building is unheated, I feel obligated to say, I'm not sure what's going to happen to some of these artifacts and some of these things that are on the wall when 30 below, 20 below hit them. There's some unique architectural pieces in there, like corner pieces, etc., that, for example, Roosevelt never had. And so you either leave them there and hope for the best, or you remove them, put them into some storage, and then decide what to do with them later. If somebody buys the building, you give them to the person who's buying the building. It's your call on what you want to do, but this is just came out of the Buildings and Grounds Committee.
And if they can be put back in without, major damage or structure or whatever, that might be fine. And to say that they would go with any developer, any purchaser, and if it's not going to hinder their whatever by putting them back or not taking them down to begin with, I would go for that, but I'm not sure that just leaving them there. And the other thing is, this went through the Facilities Committee, but here's the other point. Yes, it was their recommendation, but not all of us had a chance for input to that committee. And now here's our chance for input and to listen to what the rest of the discussion is. And so just because it's a recommendation comes from a committee, it comes to this full board for consideration. So
Does any other
information?
Well, I don't mind getting a request for a proposal, but I would like to know what that entails. And like she said, if how invasive it is to take it down corner pieces, and if we're, because also if we are winterizing and stuff and we don't have the security, we leave stuff open to be potentially vandalized. So that is a consideration. So I'd like to make sure that stuff does keep intact, that the valuable stuff.
What would be probably wise for the board to do? If you say yes to sending out the RFP, doesn't mean you have to do it. Whoever wins the bid, or we can bring that person here or company and they can tell you what they do, what they're seeing, and then you can make a decision on whether you want to accept it or not.
I see no problem with going out for the RFP.
Nor do I.
Yeah, with the understanding that we just talked about, I would be fine with that.
All right, so we got a motion by Director Schultz, support by Director Yuan to consider approval of 8.7. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Meeting announcements. I have none other than Noel said we're going to have a meeting our next meeting at 5 o'clock, a strategic planning meeting.
So the filing for school board candidacy continues through August 16th at the Rock Ridge Administration Building, Monday through Friday, 7 to 2:30, with August 16th open until 5.
Then our next regular meeting is Monday, August 22, with the strategic planning meeting at 5 o'clock before that. So at this time, item 10, we're going to go into closed session for preliminary consideration of allegations against an individual who is subject to the board's authorities pursuant to Minnesota State Statute 13D05 subdivision 2B. Pursuant to Minnesota Statutes 13D subdivision 2B, I move to go ahead into closed session for preliminary consideration of allegations against an individual who is subject to the board's authority. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Director Lotiger. All those in favor of?
Discussion,
Discussion?
couple of things. Has this person been notified that they could have it open? And if they were notified, do they want it open or not?
That, yes, is the first question, and this person has requested closed.
Okay. Will this person be part of the closed meeting?
I believe so, yes.
And it kind of seems odd to me that the person it's about in a closed meeting will be part of the closed meeting?
I will explain the process once we go into this closed session.
Okay.
That the attorney explained to me.
And the other thing is that the existence and status of any complaints or allegations against an employee is public information. So I'm asking the name of the person, the existence and status of this statutory prerogative that we have to do, and who it's about.
You're asking me right now to identify the name?
Yes, because that's public information.
That is correct. Todd Griffin.
Okay, thank you.
All those in favor of moving into closed session, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? And so we will close, we will 11 now. All righty, it's 10:46 PM. I think this is the longest meeting we've ever had. All right, I've been part of the shortest. Now I've had the longest.
Let's not make it any longer than we have to.
Okay, so item 11, consider action based on items in closed session. All those in favor of those items discussed in closed session signify by saying aye.
Do you need a motion?
Motion?
I need a motion.
I will make the motion to
Sorry, I'm tired.
forward with what we talked about in closed
Motion by Director
I'll
Schultz.
support it.
And support by Director Schoberg. Any discussion?
Yes.
Alrighty, it's 10:46.
Right, I always keep this on just in case the audio miraculously turns on.
Yes, I have a concern that we're coming into the public part of this after the closed session, and we are taking action, but we are not, this motion does not give the specific action that we are taking. And what this motion really means is that what we discussed in privately, now carte blanche, we're going to say in this motion that we're taking action on private discussions. I think it needs to be specific, and I believe that there's another part of a statute that says after discipline is given to an employee and or a school board member, that the specific reasons and documentation of those reasons is public record. So you have Trevor tell me if I'm wrong, and that's just going to be my statement, and I'm going to vote against it.
And I guess my response to that is we were following the language of our attorney.
You go right ahead, but attorneys are wrong sometimes, so that's all.
And you,
Well, and I don't care if you agree with me or not, but this is the recommendation of our attorney who we pay for.
That's fine, and you can follow it, and I don't have.
and I also, regardless, I also like to respect the privacy of the individual.
And it has nothing to do with it.
All in.
Because the individual has the capacity, Brandy, to ask for that himself or herself. So he can ask for that, and that's public information. Or any of us could, whether he does or not, or whether anyone else does, or I may.
Up to him.
I may not, but I'm saying statute says that that information is public, period.
Disagree.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes 6-1. Adjournment. I needed a motion to adjourn this.
I will make that motion.
Motion by Director Lotiger. Support by Director Yuhan. This meeting is now over. Thank you.